session. Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Marshall,
Present.
Councilmember Kugler,
Present.
Councilmember Shrubnik,
Here.
Mayor Herbig,
Here.
Deputy Mayor O'Kane,
Present.
Councilmember File,
Present.
and it looks like Councilmember Baker is excused.
Okay, would y'all please stand and join me in the flag salute?
Your Honor, I think I saw the Councilmember Baker join via Zoom. I saw it on my computer. Is he on? Do you see him at all?
I do not see him at this moment.
All right.
Next on the agenda is approval of the agenda. Unless there's any objections, the agenda will stand approved as published. Hearing no objections, the agenda stands approved. Next, we have a study session, Climate Action Plan and Housing and Human Services Implementation and Funding Options, presented by City Manager Rob Karlinsey, Assistant City Manager Stephanie Lucash, and Environmental Services Manager Richard Sawyer.
Great. Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Council. So we are excited to come back and follow up with our presentation from a few weeks ago on the Climate Action, Housing and Human Services Implementation Plan. And I just need to get this shared. Share this, or does Michelle, do you share this? Excellent. So again, a quick recap. Two of the top city council goals for 23 and 24 are to implement the city's recently adopted climate action plan and to take measures to take on affordable housing issues that the city has been facing, which is both an urgent crisis that demand immediate attention, and both need new funding now that go above and beyond the current resources that we have. So when we met a few weeks ago, council provided some excellent feedback. And so we've incorporated that and revised our report and provided that for your review. And what I'd like to do is just go through some of the highlights on some of the larger changes that we've made to incorporate your feedback from a few weeks ago. So with the climate action plan, we have again, following recommendations from the K4C Climate Action Toolkit, one of the first recommendations is to get dedicated staff that can manage the implementation, to align our efforts with regional partners, and to start small and incrementally step up in stages with clear and measurable goals. So in our climate action plan, we've done a lot of this work already, and what we kind of came with an ambitious right out of the gate plan last time. And so what we've done is taken that feedback and gone back and kind of realigned this a little more with the K4C Climate Action Toolkit and provided this stepped approach that ramps up resources over a few more years, but we're still have that ultimate goal to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions by 50% by 2030. And did you want to talk about the housing and human services approach, or I can?
Sure, I'm happy
You want to step
to
up?
do that. Similarly, with the housing and human services approach, there is also a steps approach. We're looking at hiring a housing and human services manager to look at all of the work that we currently have in our portfolio and then look at regional partnerships. And this body of work is here to stay and is growing, and we know that. So this is a way of addressing that. And we also know that we should do a human services and housing needs assessment. So that's something this person would do in the first year to then help us decide how to adequately and equitably address the housing and human services needs of our community in the future.
So just to dive in a little bit more, as was provided in the report, this first step, which we would propose beginning next year, on the climate action side, we would still recommend hiring that climate action program manager in that first year. And this staff person would begin working on high priority actions that we've identified in the climate action plan, which really are those categories that have the high greenhouse gas emissions. So our buildings and energy sector and our transportation and land use sector. In addition to starting off, implementing actions for those higher greenhouse gas emitting sectors, this person would start researching and applying for grants that are becoming available today and continue coming out, and research resource and funding options to further refine the plan moving forward. So really kind of dig into the meat of the climate action plan. I think what we've proposed really is a great way to start, but this person would have a little bit more time to dive into, especially those other sectors, and develop some plans that we could come back once we have more idea of where the funding would be and what those programs would look like. We have proposed some staffing options starting in 2025, but perhaps this person would refine those programs a little bit more and either stick with those staff recommendations or perhaps come up with some other staff recommendations. And then we would really focus on engaging the community as well. So much of the initial work that we need to do is not only changing our own behaviors and programs, but engaging the community and working with them to implement a lot of these climate action plan actions. And then also in this first year in Housing and Human Services, is there anything else you want to stay on that, Stephanie, or did you touch on those?
I touched on it, but just to put a finer point on it. So it's hiring the manager. This person would take over leadership on several existing housing and human services efforts that are currently underway, would conduct that needs assessment. And we've talked a lot about there's so many grant opportunities available, and this person would be able to pursue those, research those, be the single point of contact on those, and implement the results of the needs assessment. And then the community engagement can't be understated. It's really important in both these bodies of work.
So in step 2, we would again continue on the climate action side of the program to keep tackling high priority actions that we've identified in the climate action plan and further detailed in the proposed program that we have in front of you now. We would continue the community engagement, as Stephanie said. So much of this is just going to be really doing a lot of engagement in the community this first year and two, and further refining those funding options. And then again, on the housing and human services front, a lot of that same work would continue through the remainder of that next biennium, which would lead us to step 3. At this point, we have hopefully researched and found some good sustainable funding sources that we would then want to enact by late 24 and no later than the beginning of 2025. And at this point on the climate action side, you can see in the program we've proposed that we would dramatically increase resources to fully implement the remainder of those climate action plan actions that we've identified and really hit the ground running at this point towards our 2030 greenhouse gas reduction goals. And we'd also be implementing a lot of the community resilience actions at this point as well. We would hope to have the funding secured at this point to increase the staffing, whatever that would that need would look like at the time. And yeah, and then just be kind of in full swing, like I said, by 2025. And then housing and human services, what we're proposing is to, you'll see very similar approach also in 2025. A lot of those program resources begin to ramp up and fully fund those proposed programs that we have in the program. And we're going to switch over to some of the estimated costs that we have and some of the potential funding sources that we're proposing for your consideration. I can keep on, or did you want to jump in and
Sure,
talk about funding?
Yeah, this is for step 1. This is bringing on the 2 managers and then the supporting resources they need. And so you can see that the total there is about 600,000 a year for the two programs of step one. And then you see there on the bottom of your screen a couple of recommended funding sources. Right now we have a vehicle license fee of $20. Under this scenario, you could increase it to $40. That would raise another $360,000 per year. Then you would, that would go to the street fund. And so then you would be able to reduce the general fund subsidy to the street fund by the same amount. And that subsidy right now is funded through water and sewer franchise fee. And then also a solid waste utility tax we think would raise about $300,000 a year. There are other potential funding options listed on page 21 of the report. We got some feedback from you last time about a couple of them that you wouldn't want to move forward on them, so they have lines through them. But these are our suggested funding sources, but of course, this is really up to you. You can tell us if you like these funding sources or if you want us to try some others. One thing as far as timing goes, because we're so close to adopting the budget, what we would recommend is that you come back after the first of the year to actually enact these funding sources. And then we would amend the budget probably in the first quarter of 2023.
Yeah, and then beyond 2025, once we've had a chance to dig in this more, we'll be doing an assessment of how the funding is looking. We'll have been engaged with the community and gotten some more feedback on what their thoughts are. And then there are more councilmanic authority options that we can consider, as well as voter approved options we can consider. And again, on page 21, as Rob mentioned, you can see those other potential funding options available then, as well as hopefully we'll have had some nice competitive grant applications in and supplementing a lot of this work with grants by that time as well.
So in a nutshell, we're recommending hire these two managers and then let them assess the landscape. What grants are out there? What partnerships can we leverage? What lower cost things can we experiment with? For example, the East Side Climate Collaborative. And then once they've identified what the real needs are and what they can leverage through other resources, then figure out what is needed to really fully implement the cap. And then a similar strategy on the housing and human services side as well.
With that, we'd like to open up to any questions, comments?
Councilmember Baker. Councilmember Baker, do you have a question?
Yes, thank you. It just takes a little while to wiggle my way around through these things, given where I'm at. You're talking about increasing license fees. Is any consideration given for the senior community and those on fixed income that this might affect?
I don't know if there's an exemption for that with this type of fee. The $20 fee that we have now doesn't allow for that, but we could look into that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just very concerned with seniors on fixed income that every little bit adds up. And we're planning some big increases here. So, okay. Thank you.
Councilmember File.
Thank you. I also have a concern about vehicle licensing fees. It can be a divisive issue for community. There's also, it's an equity issue. Why we can encourage people to move towards electric options. Electric options are usually a great opportunity for people who have a greater income. So I'm concerned about persons in our community who have difficulty meeting, the basics. And we know from the programs we operate for COVID relief, pandemic relief, that there's a great need in our community, somewhere under 50% of the mean, and those who are even, deeply 45% underneath the mean. So what I'm concerned about is that the people who tend to get hit with not being able to pay their vehicle license fees, tend to get the tickets, tend to end up paying a deeper price and a deeper cut out of their usual cash flow. And just speaking about this really casually, I think this is a socioeconomic issue that we need to consider for our community. And I'd rather see a B&O tax versus a vehicle license fee increase. We are unusual in Kenmore that we don't have a B&O tax, and it's a pretty standard surrounding area, Puget Sound region and whatnot. So I'd rather see that versus this other option, strictly out of looking at persons who have deeply deep cuts, deep means. So people who are below 30% of the mean, 40% of the mean, 45. These are families. These can be BIPOC families. They can be seniors, persons of differences within our community who feel these cuts more, these increases more. And it's hard enough purchasing those groceries right now for folks. So.
Councilmember Marshall.
I appreciate what I saw at least as the shift from last time in your approach. So I'm totally glad that the staff and impressed with your, hearing out the council on it and taking that up. I'm just concerned economically or fiscally about it and the number of positions, and of course about the funding and how that impacts people. I saw there was a natural gas tax. Were there? And then Councilmember Fowle mentioned possibly B&O. Were there any other options that you had considered or anything that you had thought about? Thanks.
If you go to page 21 of the report, there's a list of them there. One list is councilmanic authority. The other list is voter approved options. Do you see those, council member? So there's still capacity on electric utility. State law limits the utility tax on electric to 6%. Yours is currently at 4%. Same with natural gas. State law limits it to 6%, and Kenmore's is at 4%. Then there's the solid waste utility tax. Ours is 0%. So this would be a new tax. And then there's the B&O tax. We thought we heard last time that most of you didn't want it, so we struck it out, but please correct us if that's not the case. And then the water and sewer franchise fee, we heard that wasn't a popular option either. But again, if we misinterpreted that, please correct us.
And a levy lid lift, right?
Yeah, that's under the voter approved option.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Shubnik.
I just want to thank you again for the great job you did at listening. And it sounds like, other council members feel similarly. I just think it's a significant pivot from where you guys were. And it really is a great job kind of representing the concerns and the aspirations. I was wondering I have several little picky questions, but on the detail, but on the budget, which people are talking about, I'm wondering if you can speak a little bit to the, in addition to the staff, there's kind of the supports that are making up the remainder of the, I don't know, 350,000 or something per position. Just maybe describe that a little bit. And I had a similar concern about the vehicle fee. If there, so I guess on that one, if there is a way to have an exemption or a reduction for low income, regardless of whether it's senior or not, I'd be fine with it. If there isn't, maybe we could consider leaning into the utility ones where we can do a reduction for low income. I think those all have the ability to do that. And if we have to make up a little bit, maybe a little bit of B&O, I mean, just some other combination if we can't get any sort of exemption on the vehicle piece. Because I think, you know, folks with lower income are actually more likely to need their cars to go to work than, I mean, just in terms of what the data say. So they're less likely to be able to telecommute. So we don't want to kind of have a disproportionate impact and an equitable impact. Thanks.
So if you wanted to give low-income rebates on utility taxes, you can, and that is done in some cities. That would be a staffing issue. We would need to step up for that, but worst case scenario, I think it'd be like a half-time. But, you know, people would have to come to City Hall and apply for it, and we'd have to cut them a check, and we'd have to figure what that amount is. It's not impossible. It's something, you know, it's a staff capacity issue. Could we build that into this? Probably. Yeah.
Follow up, just one follow up on that. So that, and just to make sure I understand, so that it's not the utilities themselves that manage discounts. I thought our utilities have discounts.
Yeah, those are already in place right now for low income, especially on water, sewer, gas, and electric. But those are for really low income.
Okay.
So, yeah, and so they already have those in place now. If you wanted to go a step further and give additional rebates, that's the staffing issue where we would actually have to do the work ourselves.
Okay. I guess for me, I need to understand what we mean by very low and low, and if it included the solid waste and that kind of stuff. Thanks.
And then one thing on B&O tax, that's also a staffing issue. That's something that we would have to administer ourselves. It's not something that the state takes care of for us.
That revenue did that. Deputy Mayor.
Well, I'm glad to see that we've come back with something, and it sounds like there's general consensus that we're in support of moving in a direction like this. My hope is that with these FTE positions that we are looking at, that they'll be focused on bringing in funding sources outside of our community for long-term projects that our community greatly needs, to lift the burden from these sorts of taxes that we will need to enact in order to fund this work. It is important work, and we're going to have to find the money here soon. So I do support this. I like the idea that was raised by Councilmember File and Shrubnik of considering B&O taxes. I personally, or the experience that I recognize from many people is vehicle taxes are just upsetting. No one likes paying more. And I do think a $20 increase is significant. So maybe there's a way that we can split the difference between B&O tax increase and transportation benefit district, you know, maybe $10 increase rather than 20, just for consideration. I know that we're going to be talking more about how we will fund these positions after we pass the budget, but I did want to put that out there. We have big work to do as a community, and I'm confident that staff will ensure that it gets done. So thank you.
I want to echo what a lot of my colleagues here have already said. I appreciate kind of the rework that went into this. I mean, I think what this staff report also illustrates for us, and it's an issue that has come up many times here, is that the revenue options given to cities are inherently regressive. Every single one of these options is regressive in nature. And these are how, I mean, I just think it's important that folks in the audience and that all of us recognize that the tools given to us by the state are all fairly regressive. I have one suggestion, and it's just an idea that I had, but frankly, if we're dealing with a climate action plan, I think bumping up that natural gas utility to the full 6%, and then maybe shaving 2% off of the solid waste utility tax might make sense. Those two would balance each other, give or take $4,000, at least, well, no, give or take $1,000, looking at the math here. Because I do have concerns about making people's garbage more expensive, because it's not like poor people have less garbage than rich people, generally speaking. I have less concerns about the car tabs, to be honest. It's $20. It's about 5 cents a day. I understand that people are upset by it. I know it's been politicized heavily by Iman. I don't have a lot of concerns though about an extra $20 on that personally. Although I do know people will be upset because it's been so politicized. But if we're going to be discussing climate action, I think cars is part of that equation. So that's my initial take on things. Councilmember Marshall?
Thank you. Any estimate on what the levy lid lift amount might be for an average Kenmore property, the 800 grand home now? Yeah, I know I'm catching you on the spot, but any rough estimate?
You know, in the city manager budget message, we had that in there, I think, and it was around, I could look up the letter to be sure, but I think it was around $25 a month per household in that neighborhood. For like a $1.5 million a year levy lid lift. I did some math on garbage utility tax. So I just got my garbage utility tax, and I mean my garbage bill, and it's quarterly. So I divided by 3 to get monthly, and it's $52 a month. And then I have all both recyclings and the regular garbage and regular size cans. And so at $52 a month, 10%, that's $5.20 per month per household.
Councilmember Fowle?
I believe Councilmember O'Kane was before me.
I'm going off of the order that people have already gone. We're on second round, so you
Right.
went earlier. You gotta go
Thank
first
you.
this time.
So garbage tax, it has two sides. We tax the residential side, correct? But not the business side.
If you enacted a tax, it would be business and residential.
All right, thank you.
Deputy Mayor?
Mayor Herbig reminded me of a statement that I did want to say before I talked about car tabs, which I agree. It is a part of what we need to do. So although I recommended less, I also agree with Mayor Herbig that we are hoping to get people off the road, and unfortunately, expense is one way to go there. But anyways, part of climate action, I just want to echo his statement, but I still think that we as a council can come together to find the best path forward for finding those taxes and fees. And I know we're not making that decision today, so I'm happy to hear this conversation. Thank you.
Another thing I want to mention is overall financial sustainability of the city. So you have a financial sustainability plan, and so far it looks like you're following it, which is great. These tax options were mentioned in the plan, but they weren't recommended actual actions in the plan. There were other ones like the cable TV utility tax and the surface water utility tax that were mentioned as actual actions to take in the financial sustainability plan. That said, these councilmanic options in particular are still tools in the tool belt. in case things got worse for us financially, just on the operating side of the equation, not, let alone adding new programs like this. So by enacting a solid waste utility tax or increasing natural gas tax, you are, in a sense, taking those tools from the tool belt and applying them to new programs rather than having them available someday if you need them just to keep paying the regular bills. Our finance director made that point, and I'm channeling her and I'm doing my best job, but I agree with her. But I just want to make that point too. These are tools in the tool belt, and you're using a couple here for new programs, which are important and are needed. But we also have to look at the overall operating budget too, and we may need these tools someday.
Councilmember Shrubnik?
Thank you. And I think others have kind of alluded to this, but the way in which we deploy taxes, and the budget as a whole, speaks to the policies that we're trying to go for. And I do think, particularly for the climate action work, natural gas and cars are things that we're trying to reduce. And so I would be okay with both of those. I think, yes, also solid waste to some extent, but that's less directly associated with greenhouse gases. Although it is part of the broader work of reducing waste. So I am okay with that. And what I understand, and I just want to make sure I understood it, is that the license fee moving from obviously 20 to 40, that's $20 a year, which is a little over $1 a month, as opposed to the solid waste that would be $5 a month.
Yes, at 10%.
So that's quite a bit more. So I mean, it's still not a ton, but I think I would go with the $1 a month versus the $5 a month. Although maybe homeowners have 2 cars and then it's double that, but yeah. So I would be more in favor of leaning into the natural gas and license fee.
Your Honor, so the natural gas and the license fee alone won't get all of this revenue there, because the natural gas is capped at 6%, and so that would get you about 120,000. The 2% would get you 120, and then the license fee would get you 360. So that's 480, and we're recommending a package of about 600,000. So you probably would still need some other revenue source.
About 8% of the solid waste.
Or thereabouts, yeah.
Any other questions, Councilmember Kugler?
In general, I agree with much of what the rest of the council has already said, but just to understand the situation better, what I'm wondering is, we have current staff who are already running the housing and human services, some of the work that we're currently investigating, like the affordable housing and stuff. If we don't hire that additional head, what happens?
That's such a great question. I mean, that's really falls onto my workload. And so it's about, as we look at the next biennium, changes to my workload include public safety. So part of it is wanting to be able to do all the things well and be realistic about what's possible for one person. So, we'll obviously make it work, and we're here to follow your direction. But I think we're trying to maximize things like grant opportunities and having someone who can be focused on that work. It's not possible with existing resources to have that kind of focus.
And then just wanted to share that in general, I like Mayor Herbig's recommendation and with adding the increase in natural gas and utility tax and lowering the solid waste.
Your Honor. So in our full meal deal package that we had in the budget letter, one of the things we had in there, if it got approved, was we did have a utility tax rebate in that package, recognizing that we wanted to do something for lower income who would be paying more, either through increased property tax or through increased rent that their landlords would be passing on to them. So we had that in there in the big package. And so if there is a big package in the future, or something that's bigger than what we're, just step one tonight, I think that would be something you could look at as a rebate for low income in that bigger package. Could you squeeze in a rebate for low income in this step one? Yes, but I think we would need a half-time clerical position to process it and run it all. There'd be an impact on finance too, because they'd be cutting more checks. But I just want you to know that we're not shutting that down. We're just saying it's an option and there's a staffing implication to it.
Any other questions or comments? All right.
Okay, so what I'm generally hearing is the three revenue sources: garbage utility tax at a lower amount than we had in this memo or in this report, bringing gas tax from 4 to 6, and then still doing the $20 car tab fee. And we'll include all that in probably in the first month or two of January, bring those ordinances forward for you. And also budget amendment. So the budget that you'll be adopting later this month won't have this in here. Like I said, we'll be bringing this package as an amendment to you right after the first of the year. Okay.
Councilor File.
Would the B&O tax cover that additional person you need to implement the programs and, operate that?
Yeah, we think a 0.2% B&O tax would raise about $400,000 a year. Now, that's an estimate based on what I'm seeing neighboring cities bring in. We wouldn't really know the number until we got like a full year under our belt. But based on what I'm seeing, like Forest Park and Shoreline bring in on theirs, I think it'd be in the neighborhood of 400,000. So yeah, we would need that to also cover the staffing for the administration of the B&O tax, but it could also cover other staffing too.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. I know we have a lot of development happening in Kenmore, a lot of affordable housing and a number of different other things going on. And I am really considering the load that will carry on somebody's shoulders. I wouldn't want somebody to be spread too thin and not be able to hit those deadlines.
I might also recommend, the state is already collecting B&O from every business in Kenmore. The Department of Revenue has all these figures and we'll share it with you if you sign a non-disclosure, I'm pretty sure. So I think you could talk to DOR and actually get an accurate figure for budgeting purposes. So it might be worth reaching out to them.
Okay.
And I'm really curious what the city's part in doing that is, seeing as Department of Revenue is already collecting it. My understanding was always that they collected it and then they disperse it back to cities.
Yeah, this was a couple of years ago now, but Shoreline recently adopted a new B&O tax, I think in 2019, and they told me they had to bring on somebody to help administer it. So I can get more details on what that interaction is between them and the state. Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Councilor Shrubnik?
On that note, for future reference, it would be helpful to know, for, I don't know, for a given business of, X revenue a year, what would that actual burden be? So, what would that look like for an example business or two in Kenmore? I don't think for all the reasons that we talked about, that it fits with this particular initiative to focus on a BNO, but that doesn't, and it also leaves it in the toolbox, as you were saying. So I think that can be helpful. So I wouldn't necessarily support it right this second, but I don't want to, let's not take it off the table either.
Anything else? All right. The Kenmore City Council will stand in recess until 7 o'clock. Thank you. Kenmore City Council will return. Next on the agenda is, we have two proclamations. First off, we have a proclamation honoring veterans. Whereas the freedoms we enjoy as Americans have come at a high price in our nation's history, and whereas since the establishment of the United States of America, Americans have fought and died to preserve our individual rights as guaranteed in the United States Constitution and the Bill of Rights. Whereas generation after generation of men and women have sacrificed their lives to preserve the unique form of government dedicated to human rights and respect for the individual. And whereas for many, that sacrifice ended in a permanent injury or death, yet their spirit remains in the continued preservation of our freedoms and the promise of liberty established as an example for all oppressed persons of the world. And whereas Washington veterans make up nearly 9% of the state's population, and whereas this month we hold all veterans in our hearts and minds and commit to remembering contributions of those personally known and those we have never met. And whereas in honor of these fine dedicated individuals, we pledge continued defense of our nation so that their sacrifice will stand before the entire world as a tribute to the spirit and determination of people dedicated to the principles of freedom and democracy. Now, therefore, I, Nigel Herbig, Mayor of the City of Kenmore, Washington, together and on behalf of the City Council, do hereby call upon the community of Kenmore to join in the celebration by giving honor and recognition to all those who have served, by observing November 11th as Veterans Day with expressions of gratitude to veterans, and to further extend this gratitude to the families of deceased veterans. We solemnly remember the sacrifices of those who fought so bravely on the seas, in the air, and away on foreign shores to preserve our nation's heritage and freedom. Let us reconsecrate ourselves to the task of promoting an enduring peace so that their efforts shall not be seen in vain. And here to accept the proclamation is Lieutenant Kevin Lowery from the United States Coast Guard. Mr. Lowery, Lieutenant Lowery, do you want to come up and say a few words and then we'll.
Mr. Mayor, Council, thank you for having me here tonight. It is an honor to accept this proclamation on behalf of the veterans of our community. About 1% of our general population nationwide steps up and volunteers to serve in the armed forces. It is great to hear that here in Washington State, with 9% of our population, that's comparatively a great number to see. With that, primarily in the history of our nation, it's been a volunteer service, right? With the exception of those periods of times, very minor periods of times where we had a draft instituted, it's people volunteering to serve in our community and our country as a whole, which is a great thing for our nation. But I do also want to point out that while November 11th is Veterans Day, the entire month of November is Service Members Families Month. So it's a month to take time to thank not just the veterans who serve, but also the families that support them when they're away. So I'd like the opportunity to thank my family. And then of course, remind you to thank the veterans and their families for the service they provide to our country. Thank you.
Thank you. If you'd like. And if you'd like to join us up by the flags, we'll take a group photo. And next we have a proclamation for Hunger and Homelessness Awareness, excuse me, tongue-tied. Hunger and Homelessness Awareness Week. Whereas for the past several years, the National Coalition for the Homeless and National Student Campaign Against Hunger and Homelessness have sponsored National Hunger and Homelessness Awareness Week. And whereas the purpose of the proclamation is to educate the public about the many reasons people are hungry and homeless, including the shortage of affordable housing in Kenmore for very low income residents, and to encourage support for homeless assistance service providers, as well as community service opportunities for students and school service organizations. And whereas no parent should have to send a child to school hungry, no baby should go without the comfort of the nourishment needed for mental and physical growth, no elderly person's health should be jeopardized by lack of appropriate foods. And whereas all people should have access to safe, healthy, and affordable homes within their communities. And whereas rising costs due to gentrification, lack of publicly owned affordable housing, and the COVID-19 pandemic have exacerbated both food insecurity and the homelessness crisis. And whereas the city has partnered with the many organizations committed to sheltering and providing supportive services, as well as meals and food supplies to people experiencing homelessness, including Camp Unity, Mary's Place, Lake City Partners Ending Homelessness, Hopelink, and others. Whereas the City Council recognizes that hunger and homelessness continue to be a serious problem for many individuals and families in Kenmore. Now, therefore, I, Nigel Herbig, Mayor of the City of Kenmore, on behalf of the Kenmore City Council, do hereby proclaim November 12th through the 21st, 2022, Hunger and Homelessness Awareness Week, and encourage all residents to recognize that many people do not have adequate food or housing and need support from neighbors and private entities, government entities, and nonprofit partners. And we have folks from two different organizations here to accept this. We have Hopelink Food Program Director Amanda Lopez-Castanon and Hopelink Housing and Case Management Director Malory Gustave-Trask. And then from Mary's Place, we have Mary's Place North Shore Shelter Site Director Yasmin Mishra and Mary's Place Executive Director Marty Hartman. I want to invite folks from both groups to say a few words that they'd like, and then we'll take a group photo with the proclamation. So why don't we have the folks from Hopelink, if you'd like to say a few words.
My name is Amanda Lopez-Castanon, and I'm from Hopelink. I'm the Food Programs Director. Unlike the other gentleman, I'm not rehearsed. I am going to read. So this is my colleague, Malory Gustave-Trask, and she's going to speak after me, but I'd like you to know that the City of Kenmore has been a steadfast Hopelink partner since 1986, when the Hopelink Place shelter opened, and is a leader in helping to support our most vulnerable residents. We would like to thank the City of Kenmore for recognizing that housing insecurity and food insecurity are detrimental to both the health of a community and the individual who faces these challenges. People who struggle with food and housing insecurity are also challenged with having reliable transportation. Therefore, through Hopelink's food distribution in 5 brick and mortar markets and our mobile program, we can bring much needed food free of added financial burden to Kenmore residents who live in not only Kenmore Place, but the entire city of Kenmore as well. In 2021, at the height of the pandemic, Hopelink Food Programs distributed 6.4 million pounds of much needed foods to residents in and around Seattle's East Side and Northeast King County, serving nearly 50,000 people, many of whom live and work right here in Kenmore.
There was one of my stats in there. Thank you all so much. I'm Malory Gustave-Trask, the Director of Housing Case Management for Hopelink. I don't think I'm gonna give any more stats than you all have given. As you all know, affordable housing is a huge crisis in this area. And as my colleague Amanda shared, we've been in partnership since 1986 and have seen many residents move through our Kenmore shelter who have found more housing stability through our services. But for us, we continue to see the struggle to find affordable housing. Just a quick stat from us, from our 2022 CNA, the average cost for an adult with a child to have self-sufficiency in East King County is $82,000 a year. And at Hopelink, most of our families are at $30,000 a year. So as you can imagine, the gap for stability is huge. So I just want to thank you all for continuing to be a partner, for championing for affordable housing in this area. Kenmore is There's many projects coming, so we're so thankful for that. And we will continue to be an ally and a partner as we bring more affordable housing to the area. Thank you all.
I'd like to invite our partners from Mary's Place to say a few words.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Yasmin Mishra. I'm the site director of the Mary's Place Family Center here in Kenmore. And with me is our executive director, Marty Hartman. We want to thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members, for this honor and for your leadership on these issues. Kenmore truly leads the way on providing housing and homelessness services for the community, and importantly, giving families the resources and tools that they need to stay in their homes, preventing trauma and breaking the generational cycle for homelessness. Our crisis for family homelessness is hidden, but it's real and it's growing. The calls for shelter for families are at an all-time high right now. Winter is here and it's cold outside. But if the worst happens and families must leave their homes, you have provided a safe space at our shelter in Kenmore where they can come for a warm bed, a hot meal, and the resources and support they need to find their way back to stable housing. And this community has come alongside us with donations, clothing, blankets, food, and most importantly, love. Love brings hope. And we are so grateful. On behalf of Mary's Place and all the amazing helpers in this community, thank you so much.
I'd like to invite everybody up for a group photo. Next on the agenda is public comment. We welcome our community members to the council's meeting. In this forum, the council does not engage or dialogue with the public. The primary role of the council is to listen. We will hear from our on-site guests first, followed by our virtual guests. If you're online, please use the raise hand feature now if you wish to speak. All guests must address their comments to the mayor and city council. The clerk will acknowledge your request and call your name when it is your turn. Your time will start when we confirm that we can hear you. Please state your name and city of residence for the record and keep your comments to the allotted time. We will not split your time with others or reset your time except by the express approval of the presiding officer. Screen sharing is not allowed. You can submit materials to the council or clerk in advance. Please do not comment about pending development projects on which the council will make future decisions, as those are quasi-judicial matters, and council members must limit their communications about such matters. The meeting is being recorded. Thank you for taking the time to express your comments. Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. We have 3 individuals signed up for on-site public comment, and we'll take them in this order. Nathan McDonald, followed by John King and Elizabeth Mooney.
Good evening. My name is Nathan McDonald, and I am a Kenmore resident. On June 27th of this year, CNBC indicated that 58% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck. The latest consumer price index published by the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics reveals an official year-over-year inflation increase of 8.5%. As the price increases of daily goods can attest, the actual number is likely much higher. It is through this lens that I believe the Kenmore City Council must view the competing climate action plans options presented by the hardworking employees of this city. Specifically, how any increased tax burden will fall squarely on the backs of those who are least able to shoulder it, the lower income and fixed income citizens of Kenmore, many of whom are living paycheck to paycheck. Rising fuel and energy prices force a stark choice. One between fueling their vehicle so they can drive to their 1 or more jobs to cover their ever-increasing monthly bills, or delaying payment on some of these obligations. In the October 17th council meeting, several of you expressed your preference for option 3 of the plan at a minimum, and likely some combination of options 3 and 4, the most expensive option. Both will require new or increased taxes. It appears that the metric the proponents of options 3 and 4 are using is the amount of money spent on the climate action plan. This is absurd. The council should instead be focused on measuring the results of its proposed plans rather than claim success over how much funding they were able to secure via additional tax dollars from those who are already stretched to the breaking point. The most effective way to decarbonize transportation in Kenmore is the installation of sidewalks. No transportation method is as available or climate conscious as walking. Yet the most basic infrastructure required to safely engage in such a practice is absent in much of our city. This issue has already been mentioned in Kenmore's comprehensive plan on housing and zoning, insofar as it is foolhardy to chase denser and walkable housing alternatives without the infrastructure to permit such walkability. The solution is not to limit its consideration simply to the comprehensive plan, but to also incorporate it into the climate action plan, given its obvious and significant relationship to the latter. This can be the most meaningful way to both decarbonize transportation and facilitate the denser housing that some on the council believe will be required by state mandates. In closing, be mindful that any increased costs for the diamond-plated climate action plan options 3 and 4 will fall the most heavily on those who can least afford them, who are already struggling to balance the increased costs of food, housing, and fuel. I am opposed to raising anyone's taxes in the pursuit of unmeasurable and even undefinable changes, which some members of this council believe are justified to appear to be seen on the right side of this issue. Thank you.
John King, resident of Kenmore, talking about rezoning. I read through the new ordinance that you're about to pass, and I found 3 errors looking through there. I wanted to call to attention page 4A-17 and 18. I'm proposing that you guys make a motion to strike R6 from the medium density of that table. If you go to page 4A-19, there is a bullet item. Let's see here. That one is, pardon me for a second. Okay, on page 4A-19, bullet item, low density, need to add R6 to that. The last motion I'm requesting is in the same section of, it says medium density, need to strike 6 in there and change it to 7. The way it's written right now, it seems that you guys are rezoning using definitions versus a rezoning map. I wanted to point it out and ask that you make a motion to make these 3 changes. I've also given those screenshots to you to take a look at where that was found. Thank you for your time.
Hi, Elizabeth Mooney, citizen of Kenmore since 1995. So I'm president of a nonprofit PERC, People for Environmentally Responsible Kenmore. And first, I just want to thank our city manager for helping put together some really important meetings about the asphalt emissions. So since it's short time, what I think you should do is have a motion to test the Burke-Gilman Trail independently, regardless of what happens with this October 26th thing. Test the emissions that you can detect on various occasions with your scientists independently of what the emissions are that come out when they're making asphalt at the Cadman plant that's leased from Cal Portland and Cadman's owned by Lehigh Hansen. The whole thing is so complicated. Citizens are not even coming to the meeting that thanks to our staff, they attended at Hangar. And that was at 4:30 today to 5:30. I really was kind of hoping that some of our city council members would get there tomorrow, just in case folks don't know that you're going to be there again tomorrow. Thank you, Rob Karlinsey. 7 o'clock at the Hangar. There were 3 people. Well, 4 if you count my husband. This is the clean air of our city. And sorry to say this, but the people that own and work for Cadman told our city council member, apparently Deborah Zrebnik, that that is just steam that comes out of that stack. That is not true. That is a lie, a lie. That is unhealthy emissions coming out of there. But the point is, even on Kenmore Neighbors, my friend and neighbor who lives on, she was here, she came to the meeting, Danielle Olson. She said it's too complicated. You can't figure out what's going on. So the normal citizens that you attracted because of the missing middle poster, those people should all be here from Uplake, because those emissions are also affecting on a regular basis people that live in Uplake that got freaked out by your single family housing issue, missing middle. The biggest problem here is that the people that are putting out those emissions were in violation, and only because of a few citizens complaining and Jerry Paulette and all of you putting together questions and letters to the governor, it's led to nothing. I'm out of time. Come 7 o'clock tomorrow, please, and help us test, put a motion together, test independently. It doesn't matter if they're fumes coming from diesels on 522 or if they're coming from Cadman. Get the data independently, please.
Mayor, I have no more individuals signed up for on-site comment. Can we move on to virtual?
Yes.
If you are virtual and would like to give public comment at this time, please use the raise hand function. I currently have 4 individuals with their hands raised, and we'll take them in this order. David Morton, followed by Victoria Grayland, Phyllis Finley, Stacy Valenzuela, and now a 5th hand, Janet Hayes. David, go ahead.
Good evening, esteemed council members. I'm David Morton. I live near Redmond. PSCAA's order of approval number 11861 was issued on October 26, 2022. It permits Cadman to replace some equipment at their hot mix asphalt facility in Kenmore. The permit went into effect on October 26th and may be appealed within 30 days by November 25th. As of October 26th, Cadman's asphalt facility is subject to the order's 31 restrictions and conditions. If an appeal is made, the permit may be put on hold while the appeal is pending. Conditions 3 and 31 ungrandfather the asphalt plant. Condition 10 requires VOC testing. Condition 20 prohibits the storage of cutback asphalt at the facility. The permit makes the plant subject to the federal standards of performance for asphalt concrete plants. Appealing the permit may prolong the plant's grandfathered status and allow it to continue operating with almost no performance standards. A PSCAA inspection report of Cadman's asphalt plant in Kenmore from September 11th, 2017 shows that medium curing cutback asphalt was stored in the facility's 25,000-gallon asphalt cement storage tank, and that the cutback asphalt was used regularly. Cadman alleges that Cadman has not used cutback asphalt at the Kenmore plant. Under the present order of approval, since the use of cutback asphalt is not already a method of operation at the Cadman plant, and since emissions resulting from the use of cutback asphalt have not been reviewed by PSCAA, any future use of cutback asphalt at the plant would constitute a change in the method of operation, requiring a new NOC order of approval from PSCAA. In other words, Cadman is not permitted to use cutback asphalt. At an asphalt plant, a malfunction or the use of cutback asphalt can constitute a potential threat to human health or safety and would likely be accompanied by strong odors that would make the threat obvious. If you smell strong odors from Cadman's asphalt plant, be sure to report the incident to PSCAA and local authorities. Be aware that according to AP 42 from the EPA, an asphalt plant's air pollution consists of steam, particulate matter, carbon dioxide, nitrogen oxides, sulfur oxides, carbon monoxide, VOCs, methane, and hazardous air pollutants. It's not just steam. Don't let people tell you it is. Thank you.
Victoria Grayland.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
All right, thank you. I'm Victoria Grayland and I live in Kenmore. I'm also the chair of People for Climate Action. And I'm here in this month of gratitude to express my gratitude to David Morton and Elizabeth Mooney and all the environmentalists in Kenmore who have been consistent and have showed up month after month after month at the board of directors meetings for the PSCAA. I think we have a good result here, and it's only because of citizen action. I would say I'd express my gratitude to the city for listening to People for Climate Action 5 years ago when we came before the city council and talked about joining the K4C and talked about climate change. You actually believed us. You weren't climate deniers. So thank you for that. And thank you for all the progress we've made. Actually, when you look at it, Kenmore's really ahead of the curve. We've got 2 years to look at this and how it works. We can change it because that's what democracy does. Who knows, maybe in 2 years we won't have to have any local taxes. Maybe we can have it all funded by the federal government. I would say there are a few things that would make that happen, but we'll see. I've consistently asked our representative, Susan Delbenny, to name one thing that she's done for the climate mitigation, and I've never received an answer. So just to share that with you. Again, thank you in this month of gratitude for your action on climate. Thank you very much.
Phyllis Finley, go ahead.
Phyllis Finley, Kenmore. I'm speaking about the comprehensive plan and the zoning change contained in it. Think back to the past several council meetings in which many residents voiced their strong, adamant, and reasoned opposition to your proposed zoning changes. Think back to the number of times you heard residents voice the opinion that major zoning changes should be put to a vote. Think back to the verbal assurances that many of you gave that you heard us, that you were striving for transparency, that you would shelve the zoning changes as proposed. I, for one, have been just a teeny bit suspicious that you simply kicked the can down the road and it will rear its ugly head again one day when residents have their guard down and least suspect it. Oh, wait, that day is today. The time is now at this very meeting. Tonight, you are being asked to approve changes to the comprehensive plan that are as poorly communicated to and understood by residents as the missing middle boondoggle was. Here is what's being proposed as I understand it. A new medium density residential classification, a diversity of 9 compatible housing types at base densities generally between 6 and 18 dwelling units per acre. Higher densities may be permitted to allow particular missing middle housing types. Housing may include single detached dwelling units, duplexes, triplexes, cottage housing, and small-scale apartment buildings. If I understand it correctly, if approved, Kenmore would have a new zoning classification, medium density. This merges R6 and R12 and is defined again as 6 to 18 units per acre that can be adapted to allow for small apartment buildings, etc. Do you think everyone who opposed your last attempt at a zoning change know about this one? So carefully tucked into 10 pages of attachments and exhibits as to be almost camouflaged? I don't think that this is how Kenmore residents interpreted your "we heard you" assurances. I not only feel unheard, I feel duped. I'm concerned and saddened by the growing mistrust I sense during public comments. This major zoning change in the comprehensive plan should not pass tonight and should be put to the vote of the people. Thank you.
Stacey Valenzuela.
Stacy Valenzuela Kenmore. Can you hear me?
We can go ahead.
Thank you. Kenmore is rated 9 for cancers, as well as 8 or 9 for high particulate matter. Testing will only tell us what the cause is and what our true rates are in the asphalt emission path. We are appreciative of all that came forward for clean air. If the city really wanted to pass climate action plan, they would apply the funds that they have handed over to many non-necessary budget items. They would apply for grants through the Climate Commitment Act and King County K4C, as well as infrastructure grants. With Kenmore residents, mostly single seniors on fixed income, 1 per household, and King County reported that 66% of Kenmore households are cost burdened, let's talk about hungry and homeless. The taxing of our seniors and those on fixed income takes food off their table and gas money. The rents are going up. Hopelink Mobile Food Bank has not been in Kenmore for over a month. Our low-income residents are hurting. They worry if they will have a Thanksgiving. BO, natural gas, and raising the fees for develop permit fees is the way to go. PSC does not really have much help. With winter bills being $300 to $480, it is Hopelink who helps many. And Lehipe, our mobile home park is being sold. Another crisis for many homeowners in the affordable housing will be priced out. Please only pass the Planning Commission submission of missing middle type housing along the transit corridor. The city kind of did exactly what the tree ordinance says not to do as a resident. It reminds me of the Bernstein Bears, where the father does something to hurt himself, and the kids are supposed to follow, except they know they'll hurt themselves too. Clear cutting our neighborhood natural habitat park, then offering small 1-inch diameter trees to replace the hundreds lost, not the best example for our residents to follow. Another example of what not to do problem that falls from the upper management sometimes, just like parents, it is proven that seeing cause many others to follow. So words are just words unless the action is implemented. Residents have been outspoken for years about bad actors, yet you keep following these instances. And again, it's happening tonight. We need to make sure that we do the right thing.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank you very
Valenzuela.
much.
Janet Hayes, followed by Nicholas Bykove.
Yes, my name is Janet Hayes, and I've been a resident of Kenmore since 1998. What we are looking at with the asphalt plant, and I want to thank Elizabeth Mooney, Stacy Valenzuela, Vicki Grayland, David Morton, Phyllis Finley, who's brilliant in her with what she's talking about, though a different subject. What we're looking at with the asphalt plant is a permit that, if appealed, will be allowed to continue operating with no oversight, which is what we have had since that facility originated. It will allow continuation of the asphalt. The improvements to the equipment that they are asking for or going to be getting, they will be getting with this permit, will result in increased production of product, which will increase the tonnage of aggregate brought to the Kenmore facilities, which, when mixed with asphalt cement, will create remissions long into the future. The private berthing channel that will be used is bordered by 3 private businesses. They do not own the water or the sediment. It is considered part of waters of the state and Lake Washington. by the Washington State Department of National Resources. City of Kenmore could comprehensively go in and test those waters. During any testing that has been done by the city, they weren't allowed to test those properties. The sediment and water, because the property owners would not allow it. I have letters of that. This Inner Harbor in Kenmore was sponsored at one time by King County when the federal channel was built. It sponsored it until Kenmore was incorporated. Its depth isn't what it's supposed to be, and we don't know what's in it. And we've filed one thing we do know that's in it is we've filed 2 Clean Water Act suits, and with proof, with pictures, with videos,
Thank you, Ms. Hayes.
with
Your time is up.
testimony. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you.
Nicholas Bykov, go ahead.
Yep, hello. My name is Nicholas Anatoly Bekov, president of Kenmore. Of course, I wasn't able to visit today since, well, rain. But other than that, I'm noticing quite a disagreement there, which I can see is quite understandable. And when you think about it, it's mostly, I would say, is because last time I was there like multiple times, I remember that you mentioned that one of you mentioned that it was mostly the state that's pushing for a missing middle on Kenmore, which is very disappointing to see. So, of course, as I really do believe that it is really incompatible for it. As for regarding of how that cement plant is, the cement plant, yeah, apologies. I remember like there was like a whole week where it was just all foggy air. Even like when I just take a sniff, like in the air, you could just like smell this, like first time the cement, and then suddenly like on the next day, it was just wood. It was like wood burning for some reason. And then of course, your days after that, it was just wood. It was just only continuous wood burning. It only makes me think, like, if we're just gonna make sidewalks, and maybe make roads out of that too, why not just have like brick? Since that creates a lot of sound for the cars, it makes the driver subconsciously think need to drive slower because of that sound, which is almost good for it. Plus, brick could be a great way to make it like, say, this is a sidewalk area, especially with like, adjust for like slopes. So in a way, it's like small speed bumps, but not as a speed bump, but it's just a way to have the driver subconsciously think. Of course, I didn't get to go through all the documents when reading, so I will be reading all the documents tonight. But I guess that's all I can really say. So, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Bykov. Mayor, I have no additional hands raised at this time.
Okay. Next, we have business agenda. First item, ordinance 22-0558, amendments to the comprehensive plan vision statement, land use element, housing element, capital facilities elements, and new appendix A, and ordinance 22-0566, amendments to the official Kenmore zoning map, presented by Community Development Director Debbie Bent and Principal Planner Lori Anderson.
Mayor Baker. The consented, oh, sorry, Mayor Herbig, my bad.
You're completely correct. I'd flipped over to look at the next page and missed it. All right, sorry. Next is actually the consent agenda. The chair would entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
Seconded, Councilmember File.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? The consent agenda stands approved. Now we move to item A of the business agenda.
Good evening, Mayor Herbig and members of the City Council. Tonight, you have two ordinances in front of you. These ordinances reflect the direction you gave to us on October 17th. The first ordinance is the comprehensive plan amendments, the vision statement, land use, housing, and capital facilities elements. The second ordinance has to do with the zoning, some minor changes, but including the public workshop, property, public, semi-public rezoning. We're here to answer any questions you may have, or if you wish us to address any of the public comment, we're happy to do so.
Questions? Councilor Marshall.
Thank you. So is it new in concept, and is it new strictly that R6 is being proposed to be changed from medium density to low density?
So R6 appears twice in the land use classification chart. It appears under low density residential. It also appears under medium density residential. And that was to reflect the comprehensive plan land use map that changed the area for consideration of medium density residential to those two areas within a quarter mile of the transit corridors. The way that those implementing rules would happen, if it's within the quarter mile, is probably easiest to do it through the R6 zoning district. But again, there are no zoning code amendments proposed with this. R6 also is a low density residential zone, so it appears twice.
Okay, so the intent is to put the R6 or list them in both those tables to effectuate right now, at least what is the quarter mile planning commission plan?
Correct.
That's what the intent is, to list them in
That is
both
correct.
areas. Okay.
But only in the comprehensive plan, just to be clear, there are no implementing zoning regulations being considered right now. That was deferred to a future time.
Okay. And then did the new dimension only rules for, I think including R6, in which there was going to be no further minimum number of units per acre, but instead dimensions, did those get included anywhere else other than missing middle? In other words, were they just in missing middle, or are they in other non-missing middle scenarios?
So in the comprehensive plan, it talks about three categories: low density residential, medium density residential, and high density residential. And the language in medium density residential does talk about densities between 6 and 18 units per acre as a potential. The 18 dwelling units per acre would be, well, there are a couple things. In medium density residential, there are actually some multifamily zones. R12 is in that categorization. And then for missing middle housing types, it acknowledges that it may be 18, it may be higher than that, depending on the type that's considered in the future.
Okay, and then so does that mean that the dimension only measurements are just with missing middle, or are they in all?
The dimensional standards for buildings only were associated with the missing middle code amendments, which you declined to pursue. at this
Okay,
time.
and what I meant is it was, I think it was like minimum lot frontage, minimum lot length.
Right, correct. Yes,
Okay.
no, those are not part of this.
Okay, all right, thank you. And then does that 18 for up to 18 units per acre include the DADUs or attached or detached?
No, because DADUs are a sort of a separate topic.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Questions? Councilor File?
So just looking at the next page on page 3, and just to clarify, because there seemed to be a little bit of confusion. We heard a little tonight. The medium density classification, looking at that first paragraph, should be applied within the walkable or bikeable distance of transit services. We're really just still talking about that downtown area that was described on the Planning Commission zoning map that we adopted, correct?
The Planning Commission was considering medium density within walkable or bikeable distance of the transit corridors. That was the 1/4 mile area
Okay.
that council directed we return to on the land use map.
Thank you. And the other concerns we heard from community with regards to, whether it's R6, RM, or low density, we have different areas of our community that are applied and utilized differently. I think there was confusion there that I heard with how we are looking at RM.
So RM is no longer part of this package. It's
Thank
not
you.
an implementing zoning district.
That's what I needed to hear you say. Thank you.
So just to be clear, right, I'm in the middle of a council meeting and my computer's like, hey, it's time to reboot and update. Let's not do that. Sorry. So just to be clear, and I know I've already heard this, but I just want to be clear. So this amendment reflects Deputy Mayor O'Kane's motion from October 17th. And no duplexes or triplexes could be permitted at this time in those areas. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank
Because
you.
implementing zoning would have to occur.
Right. Any further questions?
Mayor Herbig, Councilmember Baker does have his hand up.
Oh, sorry, Councilmember Baker. Yeah, you're on mute, Councilmember.
I know, because I've got background noise and there's not much I can do about it. So I'll try to make this short. There is a number of places in the pending measures that we're looking to pass tonight that are causing some concern. And if you bear with me a minute, because it's really hard to do this on my phone, but I will get there. Goals and objectives and policies. This would appear on page 4A13. And the goal is to enhance Kenmore's quality of life as a place for people of all ages to live. And you've struck out children, raise children. And it seems to me, in what I've been reading here, we are removing emphasis on children and changing emphasis to people in general. And I really resent the fact that we are taking children out of the equation, because for years we've been known as a community that prides itself in families. And I see that as being removed. Also, we are looking in a number of places, and I'm trying to find it, to low density, medium density. And I see in some places R6 is in low density, mainly in a table on page 4A17. But if we move into page 4A18 and 19, we're finding a completely different thing. It is saying in places that medium density is where R6 is landing, and medium density consists of properties from single family to small apartments, and that duplexes and triplexes and small apartments can be put anywhere in that area where staff feels it's necessary. So in essence, we're saying no RM, but it looks like it's available to do at staff's discretion anywhere within the R6, R12 area. So I'm a little bit confused by this. Also, in the map, the zoning map, and I'm having trouble finding that zoning map, but in the zoning map, it is also stating basically the same thing. RM is not there, but R6 and R12 are being joined in medium density. So I'm a little confused at all the things that are going in that I just don't necessarily recall hearing in discussion. I've been trying to pay attention. I've been attending meetings, even though I'm halfway around the world, because these meetings are important to me. So I'm just confused by all these changes that are going in the written code that we've basically said we don't want. So can somebody please explain that to me?
Well, hopefully we can make you less confused, Councilmember Baker. So what is in front of you tonight are only amendments to the comprehensive plan based on council direction was to say to allow medium density within a quarter mile of transit. So within a quarter mile of transit, R6 does appear. So that is why R6 appears both in low and medium density descriptions. There are no implementing regulations before council tonight. And when there are implementing regulations, that is not at staff discretion. Those need to be brought forward for council consideration, including a public hearing. So it's only comprehensive plan amendments, no implementing regulations. Hope that clarifies that issue. And Laurie, did I miss something?
No, I think the only other thing I might add is that medium density residential is not defined with this in terms of what types of housing it is. So it could be duplexes, it could be triplexes, it could be cottage housing, it could be small houses on smaller lots. So it's wide open for future city council determination of whether missing middle housing types are appropriate. And the reason small apartments are referenced is because, as I mentioned, that medium density area also includes an R12 zoning district, which is apartments currently. So I hope that helps.
Yeah, 1 second here. Okay. Yeah, on page 4A19, there it goes and talks about medium density residential, and it's a classification of diversity compatible housing types. And it's expected to have a base density generally between 6 and 18 units per acre. Higher density may be permitted to allow particular missing middle housing types. Housing may include single detached, duplexes, triplexes, cottage housing, and small scale apartment buildings, depending upon the district. So it looks like in our comprehensive plan, we are setting up things for change.
That's correct. That is based on council direction to have the comprehensive plan allow medium density so that in the future we could bring forward implementing regulations consistent with the comprehensive plan.
Okay, so we are implementing ways to, I don't want to say the word ignore R1, 4, 6, and 18, but meld them together if we wanted to. That's what this sounds like to me.
I can
Am
say
I
that
wrong?
R1 and R4 are clearly identified as low density residential. R6 appears in two places. It appears under low density residential, and it also appears under medium density residential. But there are no changes implementing zoning changes. And so what the housing types are in R6 within that quarter mile is as yet undefined and would be defined by council at a future time.
Okay. If you go into the low density residential, it's saying the R1 and 4, but also R6. So R6 seems to be described in low density and medium density. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Councilmember File.
Thank you. I really appreciate the comments that Councilmember Baker brought forward. It just shows that this is a complicated issue and it can be difficult for people to track. And so I appreciate the time you took answering those questions. One of the questions he did ask was about the striking of the line of family. And from what I can remember from the conversation the Planning Commission had, they were trying to implement part of our diversity and equity inclusion language by being more welcoming and more broad with people, not just saying families can live in a certain area. So while I understand that it can hit people a little hard to see families struck, the intent is to be more inclusive with our language. And I just wanted to give that clarification for people listening, here today and at home, maybe later online. But I'm really ready to kind of move on unless there's further questions and discussion to be had.
Councilmember Shebnick.
Hi, thank you for this and thank you for the patient response to questions. I'm going to take a stab at what I think I understand to try to continue to clarify for everybody concerned. And again, this is just how I'm in my own language taking away this information. I think what this does is define a potential medium density area within a quarter mile of transit and a potential lower density area that is not within a quarter mile of transit. And both of those areas right now and in the future could have R6. In other words, 6 units per acre in the area within a quarter mile of transit and the area not within a quarter mile of transit. And by defining that medium density within the quarter mile, that allows us to have our 2023 discussion of potential types of medium density that might be duplex, might be triplex, might be cottage housing, might be as yet to be determined. Is that a fair representation?
Yes.
Thank you. Oh, and we have not done any implementing rules, which is the wrong term. I think rules is the wrong term. Implement regulations. Thank you. Implementing regulations that would at this point allow, as Mayor Herbig said, that would allow any permitting of any forms of missing middle. At this point, we haven't done anything like that. So these changes that are in here essentially allow us further discussion in 2023, but don't do anything right now to change what's permitted. Is that also true?
That is correct. So the comprehensive plan is setting the policy.
Yeah.
The land use map sets where it can be. The implementing regulations will be discussed further in 2023. And if they are consistent with the comprehensive plan, and that decision can be made by council alone, does not need to go back to the Planning Commission.
Councilmember Marshall.
I appreciate Councilmember Baker bringing up his points, most of which I agree with, and then also the question of the language on families and children. And I appreciate Councilmember Files' insight onto it. I think that since these policies, as our staff reminds us, are to be guiding us in the future, and we really got to take a close look at them, the semantics and the language is going to matter. And I don't see how we could X children out of our planning. I definitely don't want to do that. But I think it can be easily cured if we put in like, language welcoming to individuals and families, with children, something like that. I think we can do it.
I just want to comment that is the goal that's being discussed is goal 1. It used to read enhance Kenmore's quality of life as a place to live, raise children, recreate, workshop, and socialize. The language recommended by the Planning Commission was enhance Kenmore's quality of life as a place for people of all ages to live, recreate, workshop, and socialize. They certainly did not mean to exclude children. It is clear that it's people of all ages.
I also like the raising children too. I think that's important. I'd like to keep that. Thanks.
Deputy Mayor.
I'd like to keep raised children as well. Thank you.
Councilor File.
I support that recommendation as well. Thank you.
If y'all support it, then somebody should make a motion because otherwise we're about to pass this thing. So we need an amendment. Well, actually, any further questions? Okay. We will move the main motion first and then we can do amendments. So the chair would entertain a motion to approve ordinance 22-0558, amendments to the comprehensive plan vision statement, land use element, housing element, capital facilities elements, and new appendix A, and ordinance 22-0566, amendments to the official Kenmore zoning map presented.
So move, Councilmember File.
And I'll second. So we've got a motion and a second on the two ordinances. Councilor Marshall.
Friendly amendment then. For the reasons that our citizens, I think the majority of our citizens stated at the recent, at least post-COVID record attendance meetings, and for preserving our local ecology, I think yard by yard, tree by tree, for pushing and believing that we can provide better infrastructure and more infrastructure locally, like sidewalks, and we can deliver as a local government, and for concurrency in that respect. I want to put the 6, or I want to keep the 6 in R6. So I move the 6 in R6. That's the 6 units breaker. I want to keep the 6 in R6. And so I move to change Exhibit B, policy LU 212, that's the land use table, to remove the R6 from the medium density. And then in the definition section of that same subsection in LU 212, add R6 to the low density definition. Keep the 6 in R6. Hoping to get a second on that.
This is Baker. I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Does the clerk have the motion?
Not in its entirety. All I have at the moment is an amendment to remove R6 from medium density and to add R6 to low density.
That's pretty much it. As part of the table, changing the table in LU 212 and changing the definition section of L 212.
All right, we have a motion and amendment discussion. Councilor Marshall?
Yeah, just in support of my motion, I think it's mainly backed up by what the majority of our citizens said when they came out in record attendance since COVID, and for the environment, for the ecology, for the infrastructure. I think we'll be better able to handle it and preserve the character of Kenmore in this way.
Councilor Shrubnik?
I can't support the amendment for a couple of reasons. One, R6 is already in low density residential in the table. So I'm not sure what this would add except to maybe to remove it from medium, which is exactly what we asked for at the 17th meeting in October. So I'm not understanding how this meets our aims.
Further discussion? Councilor File?
I'm seeing that it's clearly defined that R6 is in low density residential. I don't know that this amendment is needed. And then looking at medium density residential, I see R6 is there too, and the change in ordinance 2 recommendation. So I'm confused by the amendment. I understand the heart behind it, but it's already here in the document.
I too will be opposing the amendment, mainly for the reason that we already essentially voted on this on the 17th. And this is the result of that vote on the 17th. Any further discussion?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Baker?
Yes. R6 appears in different places throughout the documents. Somewhere it's tied in with R4, somewhere it's tied in with R12. It seems to be all over, and I think what Councilmember Marshall is doing is trying to get it where it belongs. So I certainly am in support of it.
Councilor Marshall?
Yep, just as to the confusion, I appreciate that it is already in low density. Thanks for pointing that out. I guess my main point would be to remove it from medium, and you may, obviously have different agreements or different reasons to disagree with that, but I reiterate mine, and also because in the R6 or in the medium density, in medium density, you can have up to 18 units, which I think takes the 6 out of R6 and changes the character. Ken Moore, thanks.
Any further discussion? Deputy Mayor.
I do not support this amendment because low density residential does include R6. Also, the intent of medium density is to bridge. So R6 to R18 makes sense to me. In addition, I would like to say that although some perspectives related to the environment, we may not all see eye to eye. I personally see increasing density in this incremental manner to be one of the most environmental approaches that we can take to housing. And I've done a lot of research on this, and it's okay that we have differing opinions, but one of the most important reasons for missing middle type housing is environmental. Thank you.
Councilmember Kugler?
I can also appreciate the spirit of, adding ways to increase sidewalks throughout the city. But in general, I can't agree with the amendment for a lot of the reasons that Deputy Mayor O'Kane said. I think many residents were very concerned about steep differences between low density and high density. And I think we do need an area that bridges both of those, which is why this opens up the conversation for that further.
Any further discussion? Will the clerk please take the roll on the amendment?
On the amendment to the motion to remove R6 from medium density and add R6 to low density in the policy LU 212 table and definition, seconded by Councilmember Baker. Councilmember Marshall.
Yes.
Councilmember Baker.
Yes.
Councilmember File.
No.
Councilmember Kugler.
No.
Councilmember Shrubnik.
No.
Deputy Mayor O'Kane.
No.
Mayor Herbig.
No.
With 5 noes, or with 2 yeses and 5 noes, the motion or the amendment to the motion fails.
All right, so we're back to the main motion. Any further discussion? If somebody wanted to add raised families back in, this would be the time to do it. Deputy Mayor?
I'd like to make a motion to amend. Let me get to the line. Or if we can add raise families to, was it goal 1?
I second the motion. Councilmember File.
Or it was, raise children, excuse me.
All right, so we have amendment. We have a motion for an amendment in front of us to add raised children back to Number one, sorry. Any discussion? Councilor File?
I just want to say, I think this is a good addition to this document. And, Kenmore is a family-friendly community. Many people come here to raise their families. I know that I selected Kenmore for that reason. Purchased my first home here for that reason. I haven't moved since. But, I think that when we are thinking about how we engage our community, whether it's just beyond housing or how we plan the services for our community, I think it's important to think about how we serve families, and families come in all different ages, whether it's children or beyond. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Would the clerk please take the roll on the amendment?
Mr. Mayor?
Oh,
Mr.
sorry,
Mayor?
Councilmember Baker.
Yeah, I think it's very important that we add the children back in. This community has always been particularly involved in children and the activities for children and safe things for children to do in our communities. It's evident by our overwhelming acceptance of Mary's place in the community because of its primary focus of children. So I'm certainly very much favor in having children added back into the vision. So thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Would the clerk please take the roll?
On the amendment to the motion to add raise children to goal 1, Deputy Mayor O'Kane,
Yes.
Councilmember File,
Yes.
Councilmember Shrubnik,
Yes.
Councilmember Kugler,
Yes.
Councilmember Marshall,
Yes.
Councilmember Baker,
Yes.
Mayor Herbig.
Yes.
With 7 yeses and 0 nos, the motion passes.
All right, so now we are to the amended main motion. Any further discussion? Seeing none, just checking Councilmember Baker's hand isn't up. Would the clerk please take the roll on the amended main motion?
It is up. Councilmember
Councilmember Baker.
Is it an old hand? He's put his hand down.
It is an old hand.
All right, would the clerk please take the roll?
On the motion to adopt ordinance 220558, amendments to the comprehensive plan vision statement, land use element, housing element, capital facilities element, and new appendix A, and to add raise children to goal 1, and ordinance 220566, amendments to the official Kenmore zoning map, seconded by Mayor Herbig. Councilmember File.
Yes.
Councilmember Kugler,
Yes.
Councilmember Marshall,
No.
Councilmember Baker,
No.
Councilmember Shrubnik,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor O'Kane,
Yes.
Mayor Herbig.
Yes.
With 5 yeses and 2 nos, the motion passes.
All right, next on the agenda is our 3 public hearings. We have 3 public hearings this evening in this order. Number 1, allow indoor storage as a temporary use for a 1-year period at real property located at 15036 70th Avenue Northeast, Kenmore, Washington, which is owned by the North Shore Fire District and zoned public, semi-public, subject to conditions presented by Development Services Director Samantha Loyuk. Number 2, allow construction and trade as a temporary use for interim public workshop for a 1-year period at real property located at 6532 Northeast Bothell Way, Kenmore, Washington, which is owned by the city of Kenmore and zoned downtown commercial, subject to conditions presented by Development Services Director Samantha Loyuk. And 2023-2024 proposed preliminary biennial budget presented by Finance and Administration Director Leticia Salcido. Staff will be presenting on each of these prior to the public hearing being opened, and then we will go into the public hearing portion of it. So starting with the indoor storage as a temporary use on 70th, Ms. Lake.
Good evening. The first item before you is discussion and action to allow indoor storage as a temporary use for a 1-year period, subject to conditions for a property located at 15036 70th Avenue Northeast, which is owned by Northsh Fire District. The property is zoned public, semi-public, or PSP, and has been used or is commonly referred to as the old fire station because 27 years ago, it was an operational fire station. Temporary use has been approved by City Council for the past few years in increments of 1 year each. And the last approval was December 13th, 2021. So they have a temporary use approval to use indoor storage at that location until January 1st, 2023. The request before you extends that to 2024, January 1. The contract for services agreement between North Shore Fire and Shoreline Fire Department went into effect July 1st, 2022. For this reason, the Shoreline Fire Department representing North Shore is requesting a 1-year renewal of the temporary use. At the previous renewal, a long-term plan was requested by council. And after speaking with Shoreline Fire, who recently took over, that is their plan. They just haven't been able to do so since July of this year. So for these reasons, Development Services staff recommends approval of the temporary use subject to the conditions that are noted in the agenda item.
Do we have any questions? Councilmember Shubnik.
Yeah, I just want to underscore what we've talked about, I think several times at our retreats about this property. I mean, this has not been used by the fire department in 27 years. I think what we're saying now is because they've been taken over by Shoreline, they might use it for fire district purposes. I guess I'd want to see a pretty clear plan in the next year before even considering renewing this again. I guess I'm reluctantly willing to do it 1 more year, but I mean, this is not an appropriate use in this location, in my opinion.
Councilmember File.
Thank you. I have to agree with Councilmember Shribnick. We've had some conversation about this property multiple times over. The property is not being utilized as it initially is really intended for use. And it's remained a storage place for all said purposes. That's not really the proper use of this building. And I don't know that I am ready to continue another extension. I would need to see a clear defined use before approving this issue forward. So I'd almost like to return it back, actually. I'm just going to make that clear statement. Thank you.
Any further questions? All right, I'm now going to Councilmember Kugler.
I mean, I noticed staff made some recommended approval with conditions, and I'm wondering if when you spoke with them, if they indicated any plans beyond the 1 year.
So when I spoke to Shoreline Fire Department, I think they were still working on the management of taking over all of the facilities and figuring out what is in their inventory and the revenue that's generated from what they have. And so when I spoke with them, I mentioned what was said at last year's council meeting and that the council is interested in seeing something happen with this property other than storage. But the fire department just says we need to figure out what we have on the books right now before we can commit to anything. But I did pass along that message.
Is this just questions right now?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, I don't have any more questions.
Okay. Yeah, this is time for questions for staff, and then we'll actually get to the ordinance. Councilmember Shrubnik?
Well, and maybe I'm looking at the wrong thing. I could be on the wrong page, but could we put in a condition in our letter, basically saying, you know, come up with a concrete plan in 2023? I mean, is that possible, or?
I think what's before you is to approve the temporary use permit or not. However, that is something that I can pass along to the fire department, and it has been something. And then also, as it comes forward the following year, that would be something that we would refer back to and to tell them that council has provided this guidance and that renewing may not be an option if this plan is not in place.
Any more questions? All right, then I am going to open the public hearing. Is anybody signed up to speak?
I have no on-site individual signed up. I do have one virtual speaker.
Okay. Well, then I'll read through the spiel really quickly. For each public hearing, folks will be granted 5 minutes to speak. The same public comment rules apply, including stating your name, city of residence, addressing your comments to the council, not splitting your time with others. If your comments have been fully expressed by preceding speakers, we encourage you to summarize your statements by stating your name, city of residence, and saying I agree with or concur with the previous speaker. We'll hear testimony from our on-site guests first, followed by virtual guests.
Being as there's no on-site, can I move on to virtual?
Yes.
Stacey Valenzuela, go ahead.
Me again, Stacey Valenzuela from Kenmore. 6 years to 27 years, I only know about 6, is too long to allow just storage at the old firehouse at the corner of 70th. I'm glad they're finally thinking about maybe a future fire apparatus. But however, we have, since at least 2019, been bringing this up in comments to not only the council, but North Shore Fire Commission, who we were told had jurisdiction still, even after they were being adopted by Shoreline Fire. There has been graffiti. There has been an eyesore. It attracts a bad element, and residents came to meetings calling for something to be done there, preferably some kind of fire apparatus, especially up on the hill. Please, if anything, only extend this interlock agreement for 6 months to show that the council and the city and the residents all want action, that this needs to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Valenzuela. Eric Admin.
Hi there. Can you all hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, this is Eric Admin. And I think you guys are all familiar with me. I live in Kenmore. I'm also one of the North Shore Fire District Commissioners. And I wanted to just pass on to you that recently I had a community member in the area reach out to me, interested in what the future is going to be for this piece of property, because the community members have some visions for what they would like it to be, including some sort of an open space use or a community garden or something like that. And so I brought that to the fire commission at our last meeting and put the fire chief in touch with this community member. And so I'll just say that with the implementation of the contract for service, this probably hasn't really risen very high on the radar screen of the fire district or the fire chief, but I'd be happy for us to engage in some kind of a dialogue about the best use for that property. So I just wanted to pass on to you that we just recently had that outreach, and it's now kind of on our radar for some more discussion.
Mayor, I have no additional hands raised at this time.
Is there anybody else wishing to be heard? Anyone else wishing to be heard? Anyone else wishing to be heard? All right, I'm declaring the public hearing closed. Next, we're going to move to the second public hearing to allow construction and trade as a temporary use for the interim public workshop for a 1-year period at real property located at 6532 Northeast Bothell Way, Kenmore, Washington. Ms. Lake.
Hello again. The next temporary use before you is also for a 1-year period. In 2018, the property was approved by City Council for a temporary public workshop. And since then, it's been approved in 1-year increments for temporary use. Similarly to the last temporary use, this is scheduled to expire January 1st. And the request is for approval of a 1-year renewal. In late 2021, the city purchased a property for the permanent location of a public works shop. And the Public Works Division is currently working on the design and budget for the new building. The temporary use permit that's set to expire January 1st. Although it's requested a 1-year renewal, it will likely be at that location for a lesser period of time since the property has been designated for affordable housing for a project that should begin next year, 2023. Staff recommends approval of the temporary use subject to conditions, which include the conditions are actually existing on the site, which include like landscaping and the chain link fence. So.
Questions? Councilmember File.
What exactly is meant by a lesser period of time? Are we talking about 6 months, 3 months?
So the affordable housing project for Plymouth is set sometime for 2023. What that means for the temporary use, they would have to relocate somewhere else. I don't know where that would be. So I think that by approving a 1-year period, we know that they're going to have to move off that site for the affordable housing project that's going to be there. So that's already planned for 2023.
So then my next question is, if we approve this for 1 year, could it delay breaking ground for the affordable housing project? Development, excuse me.
Public Works Operations Division is already aware of the affordable housing project. And so they've noted that they'll be moving offsite sometime next year. So no, I don't think it's gonna delay the affordable housing project.
And is there a plan to where a possible secondary location will be other than maybe the site we've purchased for our planning department?
Yeah, that's the leading location is the site we purchased over by the middle school. We'd probably put them temporarily on a portion of the site that won't be constructed on initially.
Okay, thank you very much.
Any other questions? All right, I'm going to declare the public hearing open. Do we have anybody signed up to testify?
We do. We have one on-site individual signed up, Elizabeth Mooney.
Hi, Elizabeth Mooney. So I've talked to you, I think, a little bit about what I know about the public works up by Kenmore Middle School, Kenmore Junior High, we used to call it. The piece of property that you bought fairly recently. Why not just delay the affordable housing project, council, and rethink your plan right now? Because you've got a lot of things going on. You've got emissions coming from Cadman. You haven't dealt with that yet. You can't. I'm not saying that you should have. You can't. It's too complicated. You've got emissions coming out that are going to potentially go onto an affordable housing project built by a whole bunch of do-gooders for, as you put it, helping raising children. Right on Bothell Way, right where the emissions are going to go into it and be stopped by it because it's going to be taller. Meanwhile, you have rezoned, I guess already, and I probably missed that chance to complain because of all the construction that couldn't happen because the concrete. You're planning to put public works and all the trucks and all that construction stuff and gravel and up where there are a bunch of trees on the property that you bought. Why not flip it? And why not put your affordable housing project up by Kenmore Junior High? Why don't you rethink it and pause it? Put it where you want your children in Kenmore walking to school, and then leave your trucks and your public works and your $32 million public works building that you plan to put up at Kenmore Junior High back down on Bothell Way or someplace that might pop up if your Lake Point project doesn't come through and turn into a bunch of offices or things on a Matka site. Or someplace else that's on Bothell Way. Or at least before you put people who need to have affordable housing right on Bothell Way, you should think about that you are putting people that have less money on a place that you have not yet tested to find out what kind of air pollution is coming off of not just Cadman, but also on Bothell Way. It doesn't look good. It looks like bad planning. And yeah, I know we've all been through COVID and we all want affordable housing, but I don't really think that's what we want to be proud of, is saying that we're going to put our affordable housing people right on Bothell Way. People know better than to live next to a state highway because there's higher rates of cancer. I think you probably all know that. And I've heard from our good citizens that some of you are trying to make sure that there's good air filters in the affordable housing, but you don't know if that's enough. So I think you should pause it. I mean, I would. So in my opinion, you should definitely allow this to go through, but you should make it extend all the way through 2023. And then you should let the citizens come in and say more about whether or not this is what you really want. Because I know I sure don't want public works up at 202nd Street, right near the streams, right near the, save the trees there. And how about this? How about if you put affordable housing project, cottage housing that protects open space up at 202nd Street? I wonder, is it really fair or healthy to put affordable housing next to emissions on 522 and from Cadman? Are you going to be able to live with that one? I wouldn't want to. So I think you should keep the public works at 6532 Northeast Bothell Way until we resolve the toxic emission issues from Cadman and 522. And just so WashDOT put a bunch of their houses on the Lake Point property. That's what's dug into the Matka site there. Have WashDOT help with this. But I don't think it's a good idea. People can't afford, when they move into affordable housing, to make sure that their air quality is safe. Flip it. Think about it. Wait for 2024. Thanks. And don't spend $32 million on public works building. A lot of people don't like that.
Thank you, Ms. Mooney. Mayor, we have no more individuals signed up for on-site. Can we move on to virtual?
Yes.
If you are attending virtually and would like to give comment during this public hearing, please use the raise hand function now. We have 2 individuals ready to go. We'll go Stacy Valenzuela and Janet Hayes in that order.
Good evening again, Stacy Valenzuela. Unfortunately, we don't have time to extend the use of storage for the 3 lots purchased or for 67 at 522. We cannot have the property in the holdup, and we desperately need affordable housing now at the 30% and below. However, I do support Elizabeth Mooney's, and we had asked for this early on to instead use 202nd. We also have the Hoyt lot that we could put 30% affordable housing over there, at least the same type of building. And we can make sure that we do not put seniors, vets, which some came forward to beg you not to put them right next to traffic. And they don't even know about the fumes and the emission path that goes right directly into that area. It's been noted at the library, at 68th, at the hangar outside. I think, in a lot of ways, the public works building should be cut down 1/3 of the cost, and more should be invested in finding the right spot. But we do need to move quickly because rents are rising and we don't have time. But I think we also should not extend the interlock agreement more than 6 months, because we do need to break ground as soon as possible. You've heard from so many people coming forward that they're being priced out. And each and every month, we have more people living in their cars and not having a place to call home. And I'm sure that as we're going into winter, some of the encampment will be added with more tents. This is important, and it's too bad that the hotels are not ready to house a lot of our people, nor do we have any shelter here in Kenmore. And since majority of the people are from Kenmore, they want to stay in Kenmore. So I say let's only extend it 6 months and make a great effort to break ground on affordable housing by then. Thank you.
Janet Hayes, go ahead.
Hi, Janet Hayes again. I definitely appreciated Elizabeth and for all that she's contributed tonight, and Stacy. I know Kenmore wants to grow, but it's you just heard so much good advice from the public that at least even wants to come to your meetings and wants to looks out for the other people that don't have an idea what is occurring. I was shocked at how long all the construction and everything was going up 68th. And then to find it end at 61st. I do know they're going to need buses on 61st from the Fruling development that's going to occur in right at our borderline, 228th. Over 985 units will be put in there. And there was not a correct test done or investigation done on the amount of traffic on 228 coming to 61st. A lot of people make that switch down to get with sound traffic. I mean, with sound buses, whatever they are. But I'm just amazed, and I'm proud of our community. And I want to be prouder though. And that's going to take staff stopping, slowing down, doing something correct, and actually responding to our personal comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hayes. Mayor, I have no additional hands raised at this time.
Is there anybody else wishing to be heard? Anyone else wishing to be heard? Is there anyone else wishing to be heard? Declaring that public hearing closed. And we will now open up the public hearing on the 2023-2024 proposed preliminary biennial budget presented by Finance and Administration Director Leticia Salcido.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and council members. Welcome to our presentation regarding the proposed biennial budget. The session tonight is composed of two parts. The first part is the actual presentation of the major components of the budget, revenue, expenditures, and capital for all funds. It is going to be followed by a public hearing in which we get to receive a public testimony again on the budget. The rest of the budget adoption schedule is as follows. We have a second public hearing on the budget on November 14th, followed by a presentation of the ordinances for review and consideration at the meeting of November 21st for the budget amendments, property tax levy, excess tax levy, and the budget. And one more, the surface water utility tax, which we'll review today. So moving on to the budget, with regards to the budget, in developing the budget, our goal is to comply with the policies that we have. Those policies are to develop a budget that supports and implements city council goals, that we have a balanced operating budget that is conservative in both its revenue projections as well as its expenditure estimates. We strive to maintain a positive financial forecast that meets the city's reserve of maintaining 20% of fund balance. And then in this case, we have it to include the revenue enhancements in the financial sustainability plan that was developed in 2020. But first, some of the highlights since the last biennium, there's been great accomplishments. And of course, a lot of these are still included in our next biennium budget. We have a climate action plan, affordable housing, diversity, equity, and inclusion, radar, water quality, beach accessibility, pedestrian improvements. And here's a listing of all those highlights for the walkways and waterways. We have Tlawa D's, Logboom Park, Bonita Drive, 68th Avenue. We have the Climate Action Plan funding and implementation. We have ARPA programs and implementation, diversity, equity, and inclusion and accessibility implementation plan, affordable and attainable housing, new public works facility design and implementation. We have increased water quality requirements, automated traffic enforcement goes live, radar expansion, 25th anniversary celebration, and of course, new positions to match the workload and the staffing. With staffing, we have, moving on into our biennial budget, as mentioned, the budget is composed of two components. We have the operating aspect, operating revenues and expenditures, and that is demonstrated in your general fund, street fund, enterprise fund, which is the surface water management fund. We also have major capital expenditures reflected in your Transportation Capital Projects Fund, your Parks Capital Fund, and of course, we have surface water and city facilities. starting with the general fund. This chart shows the revenues in the general fund. We have three major categories. As you can see, the significance of the property taxes, the sections shaded in blue, represents 37% of your general fund revenues. In the general fund, we also have sales tax comprising 24% of total revenues and utility at 16%. Combined, just these three categories make up 77% of your total revenues, very significant. However, by far the most significant is property taxes. As mentioned before, it comprises 37% of your total budget, and we're budgeting $11.4 million with this preliminary budget. The property taxes reflect a tax levy increase in 2023 of $138,000, and that includes new construction as well as the 1% statutory limit, and then 0.9 using bank capacity. Bank capacity being the reserves that are put aside from years that the levy was set below the amount allowed by law. So in this case, the tax levy increase of $138,000 equates to, and with the full property tax levy equates to 0.69. That is the tax rate calculated, and we'll go over the calculation right now. That's a decline from the current tax rate of 0.88. For 2024, we're projecting a 3.3% increase, again, made up of new construction, the statutory limit of 1%, and the use of bank capacity. A review of the calculation is as follows. So we have in 2023 a property tax levy of $5.6 million. When we divide that by the preliminary assessed valuation for the city of 8.1 billion times 1,000, that renders the 0.69. The city's preliminary assessed valuation at $8.1 million has increased 31% from last year's $6.1 million. The tax effect review of the calculation, of the tax effect on a homeowner. For example, a property in 2022 at the rate of 0.88 and a property assumed a value of $920,000 had a tax liability of $816. This same property with no change in home value at the new rate of 0.6936 would end up having a tax liability of $638, which is $178 less than 2022. Of course, I just mentioned that the assessed valuation for the city increased by 31%. So a property staying at the same level is not realistic. So let's assume that this property, 920,000, increased in value by 30%. That would be a property now valued at 1.2 million. The tax rate at the 2023 rate of 0.69, it would be $832, which would be $16 more than 2022. And that's the tax liability. This is a chart, information taken from the county website. It is a chart reflecting the 12 taxing districts and the portion corresponding to each. The tax in total is 10.284, and that's for 2022. And they had an example for a property of with a value of 950,000 would have a tax liability of 9,770, and only 10% of that is related to Kenmore. So $977,977 would be for the Kenmore tax liability. These charts here illustrate the effect, the impact of changes in the assessed valuation to the tax rate. The first corner, the first square on the top left shows the assessed valuation increasing, the green line heading upwards, and then the tax levy going down. We started in 2003 with a 1.8 billion in assessed valuation, and the current, as I mentioned before, at $8.1 million. On the right-hand side, the tax rate, you can see it in 2003, the rate was 1.78, and as mentioned before, this rate is now declining. It has declined to 0.69 as a result of the tax rate of the assessed valuation increasing. The lower graphs reflect the change in levy over time, and then the historical new construction. Now, the second most significant revenue in the general fund is the sales tax. We are budgeting $7.5 million for the biennium. In this graph, you will see retail services, retail, wholesale, construction, and other services, with the ones reflected on the top being retail and services. For the biennium, we are projecting a net 1% increase. We are including a recessionary factor in 2023, but combined, it's a 1% increase for the biennium. Regarding utility taxes, moving on, that's the third largest, budgeting $2.9 million for the biennium. We have 5 utilities, the original ones being gas and electricity, growing at a moderate rate. And then we have telephone and cellular, which have been declining for the past few years. Also reflected in this graph is the new cable utility tax and the surface water utility tax. Other operating revenues in the general fund, major operating revenues in the general fund include capital and overhead reimbursement from capital funds, from surface water for salary reimbursement for administration. We also have franchise fees for cable, water, sewer, and as you know, water and sewer, approximately 1.1 of the 1.7 is dedicated for street activities. The street fund. We have a criminal justice sales tax. We're budgeting 1.6 million. Then we have development fees, plan review, and land use permit fees at 1.2 million. Other permit revenue, 1,054,000. And liquor board taxes, 700,000. Now for the street fund and surface water, for the street fund, we have a dedicated revenue source, and that includes fuel tax. Fuel tax, in addition to that, we have, as mentioned before, the franchise fees from water and sewer that originally come to the general fund but are dedicated for street activities. And the transportation benefit district vehicle license fee, approximately 350,000 a year. So those are to remain steady. In the past three years, we have seen a decline in fuel tax, which this year started reversing and is doing better. The numbers on the top are fuel tax revenue for the street fund, 917,000.
Transportation benefits, 723,000, and the water and sewer franchise fees, 1.1 million. The other operating revenue is in the surface water enterprise fund, 6.2 million for the biennium. Those were the major revenues in the operating funds. We have now expenditures, and the significant ongoing cost drivers in this budget total $27.1 million. The $14.1 million is salaries and benefits. And in this category, we also have police contract at 8.5 million. We have the jail court services, prosecuting attorney, public defender at 1 million. Legal services, 700,000, insurance, WCIA at $1.1 million, 962,000 utilities, human services contributions. This $27.1 million is the single most significant aspect of your budget. It comprises 77% of total operating expenditures in the general fund and street fund. This is ongoing, non-discretionary. So a big portion of our budget is fixed expenditures. This budget includes new positions. It includes 4.25 positions in the general fund. We have a construction inspector, 0.625% of a full-time permit specialist. This is a 25-hour per week position. A facility fleets manager, a maintenance worker, and that's supposed to be 0.625 administrative specialist in the community development department. Funded by the street fund, we have one position, 1.33 position, a full-time maintenance worker, and 0.33 of a GIS analyst. In the surface water management fund, we have 0.67 of the GIS analyst position and one full-time senior environmental technician. Now, shifting gears to the capital funds, the second category, we have in this biennium included $27.1 million in capital projects. That's in transportation, surface water, facilities. And the biggest portion here, the biggest chunk is the purple at 15, almost $16 million, being the facilities for the public works shop. For capital projects, we have the resources, major portion, again, the issuance of $10 million in debt for the public works shop. We also have a REIT, real estate excise tax, $5.5 million. We have city funds such as strategic opportunities funds, surface water management, and then grants and impact fees corresponding to the $24 million in capital improvements. All of these projects have been approved already in the CIP plan. Just a brief summary, we have in the park capital projects for 23-24, we have 575,000 allocated for these projects. And the major ones here being a final cost and for Tlawadis and Logboom Park, and then monitoring and maintenance for them, and allocations for other 3 projects. For transportation capital projects, we have allocated 6.7 million, and for 23 and 24, and some of the major projects here, pedestrian facilities, 630,000, the pavement preservation program, 1.9 million, and final cost for the Sammamish Bridge at 1.4 million. 11 projects in total. Surface water, we have allocated in this budget $3.9 million, with the major project being SW8, the 61st Fish Passable Culvert at $2.9 million. For the public works shop, we have allocated $15.9 million. 14 million of that construction and development. And then we have also allocated $1.8 million for the debt service. That's payment of principal and interest on the project. In total, for all funds, we have $87.2 million for this project. That includes general fund, transportation projects, other capital projects, and surface water. Actually, all of the funds, $87.2 million. And this is a listing of all the funds. And that completes the presentation. Questions?
Questions? Councilmember, excuse me again. Councilmember Fowl.
Thank you. I appreciate all the time and effort you put into organizing preparedness for us tonight. It's nice and clean and easy to understand. I have a question about the facilities fleet manager. It's a new position. I think we're planning in that for the 2-year totals, but do we really need to include that for 2023? Can it be put off until 2024? I don't know that we're actually expanding our fleet all that much to require an additional FTE until we have a larger fleet and a site in which to host them all at. So I want to make sure that when we're engaging FTEs that they have plenty to do and we're unburdening staff that's overburdened. And with the greatest amount of respect, I just want to respectfully understand the need.
Yeah, great question. Thank you for asking it. I think when Jennifer gave her budget presentation a few weeks ago, she made the case, it's mainly for existing workload. The workload has grown a lot over the years. We've taken on new facilities. And she's just really having a hard time keeping up with it by herself. So she's needing this additional position to keep up with what's been growing over the years. So.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilmember Baker.
Yeah, just curiosity here on schedule. It looks like we've deviated from schedule. We were supposed to have a public hearing, but we're having a complete presentation before the public hearing. Am I missing something here?
Yes, it was a presentation before the public hearing. Now we're doing questions and then I'll open it up to the public. Did you have a question, Councilmember? Other questions? Right,
Sorry, I did not have a.
Okay, I'm going to declare the public hearing open. Do we have anybody signed up to testify?
We have no on-site speakers signed up. Can I move on to virtual?
Yes.
If you are attending virtual and would like to give comment during this public hearing, please raise your hand now. I have 2 individuals currently ready to go. We're going to go in this order: Stacy Valenzuela, followed by Phyllis Finley.
Good evening, once again, Stacy Valenzuela. Please, let's fix this budget. What if we are adopting to charge rent and fees to the row clubs, the waterfront activity club, the field users to offset the maintenance and the financial burden of the boathouse, the storage, and the use? Stop giving these additional recreational funds at the expense of taxing our low and fixed income residents by taxing utilities, upcharging the car tab fees. This group is already growing hungry and on the edge of being unsheltered. 66% of our households in Kenmore are cost burden. Again, 66 of our households in Kenmore alone are cost burden. You're extending free services to the parents that can afford these services, have incomes of 4 to 8 times our fixed income seniors, veterans, and disabled. Reject items that are not a necessity on the capital and other budget segments that will further cause financial burden. Reject a replacement sign or any additional improvements at the boathouse. $28K right there could be saved. Rescind the lease from North Shore School District that charge and gives payment to Popcot Row Club that is already years in default to the city, and put it instead into the general maintenance fund. Collect the $560K that they owe. Reject the amount for the new public works building and limit the project to 5 to 7 million. There's a prefab green building that is beautiful that can replace what they want to build. Reject the cost of $500 to $775K for a ball field artificial turf. It's not necessary. Reject the $164K for the farmer's market. The vendors made millions and only paid $13K at a loss of $75K. And now you want to double that for next year? All these funds could be used towards the top 2 priorities of the council and the public: climate action and affordable housing. What if we use all these funds saved for those 2 things? I think we should also hold off on unnecessary hiring. And I think there was a good point brought up tonight. These are things that we don't have to do. What else can we not do so that the budget does not be a big, huge financial burden after we've already been through COVID, people losing their jobs, businesses closing, and the rent hikes, not to mention the inflation, and we're still looking at possibly a recession. We can do a lot better. Please search your hearts and hold off charging all of our residents all these extra fees for recreational uses and unnecessary items. Thank you.
Phyllis Finley, go ahead. Phyllis, are you there?
Sorry, I was muted. Phyllis Finley, Kenmore. I continue to have serious concerns about the budget and specifically about the spending practices of the city of Kenmore. I've come to the conclusion that our philosophies of fiscal responsibility are vastly different. But since you seem to insist on taking my money and spending my money, I feel compelled to at least voice my disapproval. Have you ever taken a child to Target? Imagine that shopping trip. You get to the door and you ask your 8-year-old, what would you like in here? Oh boy, you better take an extra shopping cart. Now imagine that same shopping trip, but your child has a small pocket of hard-earned money, and she knows that when her pocket is empty, her choices have run out. Do you think her want list will be the same? Do you think he'll be dashing all over the store loading up? No, neither do I. I often hear council members commenting about various expenditures with the justification that's what residents want. Survey says. Your surveys treat us like children at Target with no regard for price tags. I've stopped participating in them. You're using our money for projects that may have been on our wish list, but not on our I am willing to pay for this list. What would be the result if every time you surveyed what residents want, you attached the cost? Not the fantasy cost, but the actual cost, plus the 50% increase that our city manager has told us occurs with every, I repeat, every project he has managed. Do you think you'd get a different result on your survey as to what Kenmore residents want? It wasn't very long ago that you were talking about improving the appearance. I think you called it the shelf. Is that what you called it? Is it still on your agenda? Where did that come from? Are residents clamoring for it? Gee, my life would be so much better if only that little segment of Bothell Way that I passed when I whizzed by were spruced up a bit. Have you asked residents what would you be willing to pay for an increase on your property taxes so that when you do whiz by, that small section of eastbound Bothell Way will look better? You're considering tax increases because you can. You're considering doubling vehicle license fees because you can. You can collect more money from residents and you can spend more money, but you don't have to. Amending the municipal code to include surface water is really a property tax increase, no matter what you call it. You're aware of the enormous leap of property values. Any property tax increase will be magnified based on $1,000 of assessed new value. You hit the jackpot in terms of the timing of your proposed property tax increase. Lucky for the city, not so lucky for us. Instead of raising taxes, property and otherwise, because you can, you could decrease spending on all but the essentials. If you're going to increase spending on climate action plan and affordable housing because they're high priority, what will you take off your spending list? Doesn't the Row Club owe the city close to $600,000? That would fund a sizable portion of the climate action plan. You're proposing collecting more revenue from residents, but not the Row Club? For residents, it's mandatory. For the Row Club, it's optional. Kenmore Village has a lease, but the boathouse does not. That's revenue you are declining in favor of raising taxes. I remember at a long ago council meeting, a new activity of some kind was proposed. Mr. Karlinsey objected on the basis of staff time. His response was something like this: if we take on that new project, what projects would you like us to spend less time on? The new activity was quickly dropped. How about taking on that same attitude with our money? Yes, we'll have money for this new project in the budget by eliminating something else. In the city's multi-million-dollar budget, $87.2 million, it's hard for me to understand how $138,045 cannot be cut from expenses instead of increasing taxes, just because you can. Thank you.
Corey Holder, go ahead.
I guess I just kind of wanted to echo basically what everything that Phyllis and Stacy have said. It's offensive that I have to pay for this rowing club for a privileged group of people. You know, like, why do I have to pay for that? I don't want to pay for it. I already pay for a bunch of stuff that I don't use. The public workshop is offensive that because you're spent so much already and you don't even have a design. Like, what, over $6 million you guys have spent and no design. So it just goes to show, I mean, I think one of the things I do agree with is the position for a construction inspector. That is needed. I'm a public employee and I work for a different city and I take a lot of pride in that. And I think we need to have somebody here that works in Kenmore that will take some pride in it. Because look at Juanita Drive. That thing is terrible and incredibly over budget. It is obscene how mismanaged that project has been. So that's all I wanted to say. I'm just tired of getting taxed and taxed and taxed and taxed, pay for stuff that we just don't even need to be paying for, especially during these times. So thank you, Phyllis, and thank you, Stacy.
Mayor, I have no additional hands raised at this time.
Is there anybody else wishing to be heard?
There is another hand now. Janet Hayes, give me one moment to promote you. Go ahead, Janet.
I am here. I wanted to make a comment because I'm still up. No, I listened to the last three comments and they are so correct. And I become befuddled when I make my public comments because I'm overwhelmed at all the things that are wrong in Kenmore. Something's got to change. I look outside to it every day. I'm watching what's happening. I take pictures. And we definitely need to start investing in our waters, the waters around us, for waterways and walkways. Your cover, Log Boom Park is half cement. You're smothering the earth. I just am appalled. The council, you need to stop them. It is somehow we need to accept volunteers coming and working. I don't know, but there's got to be another way. And Phyllis and Stacy, and I don't remember your name, but whoever the government employee is in another city is right on. And we're frustrated. Thank you.
Mayor, I have no additional hands raised at this time.
Is there anyone else wishing to be heard? Anyone else wishing to be heard? Is there anyone else wishing to be heard? I declare the public hearing over. I would like to ask the council if folks are up for a 5-minute break before we move on. All right, let's take 5 minutes. We'll be back here at 9:22. Kenmore City Council will return to session. All right, next on the agenda, business agenda, allow indoor storage as temporary use for 1 year period at real property located at 15036 70th Avenue Northeast, Kenmore, Washington, which is owned by the North Shore Fire District and zoned public, semi-public, subject to conditions, presented by Development Services Director Samantha Luyuk.
So the item before you is the temporary use approval. And since I've already presented on this, I'll just give it back to you.
Any further questions? All right, the chair would entertain a motion to allow indoor storage as a temporary use for 1 year period at real property located at 15036 70th Avenue Northeast, Kenmore, Washington, which is owned by the North Shore Fire District and zoned public, semi-public, subject to conditions.
So
Excuse
moved.
me. Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, I have a motion different than one's recommended for tonight.
Well, we have a motion right now. Yeah,
And
you're
a
out of
second.
order currently. We have a motion in a second. Discussion, do you have an amendment?
I actually would like to return this agreement for a better plan for intended use before considering renewing it. I think it's a fair ask. We've been very clear, and I'd rather give them the opportunity to describe use rather than deny. So I'd rather return. Thank you.
Further discussion, Councilmember Marshall?
I sympathize with Councilmember Files' idea and want to see something happen. I'm willing to go, I think, a final renewal, given that Shoreline has taken this over and is dealing with it. I don't want to put undue emphasis on it for a new fire service department, another branch of the public service right now. So it's close call for me, but I'm willing to at least go that far. Thanks.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, would the clerk please take the roll?
On the motion to allow indoor storage as a temporary use for a 1 year period at real property located at 15036 70th Avenue Northeast, Kenmore, Washington, which is owned by the North Shore Fire District and zoned for public / semi-public, subject to conditions, seconded by Councilmember Shrubnik. Councilmember Baker.
Aye.
Councilmember Shrubnik.
Yes.
Councilmember File.
Nay.
Councilmember Marshall.
Yes.
Councilmember Kugler.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor O'Kane.
Yes.
Mayor Herbig.
Yes.
With 6 yeses and 1 no, the motion passes.
Thank you. Next on the agenda, item B, allow construction and trade as a temporary use for the interim public works shop for a 1 year period at real property located at 6532 Northeast Bothell Way, Kenmore, Washington, which is owned by the city of Kenmore and zoned for downtown commercial, subject to conditions. Ms. Luyuk.
So this is the second temporary use before you, and the recommendation was to approve it subject to conditions noted in the agenda item.
Do we have any further questions for staff? Okay, the chair would entertain a motion to allow construction and trade as a temporary use for interim public workshop for a 1 year period at real property located at 6532 Northeast Bothell Way, Kenmore, Washington, which is owned by the city of Kenmore and zoned downtown commercial, subject to conditions.
So moved.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Councilmember Shrubnik.
I just want to underscore why I'm supporting this. I think the very exciting 100 units of deeply affordable 30% area median income or below units that are coming in on this property, we don't want to delay them. They absolutely fit with our affordable housing top priority of the council and They are close to transit, which is also fits with our comprehensive plan and making sure that high density development, which this is close to transit. And that again would not be appropriate. I think we had some commenters suggesting that we would put that high density development in the formerly residential area that we're now purchased for public works. And I'm pretty sure that wouldn't go over very well, nor would it fit with our comprehensive plan to put high density near transit. Those are the reasons I'm supporting this temporary use and our existing plan to keep it where it is and support our public works where it is.
Further discussion? Seeing none, would the clerk please take the roll?
On the motion to allow construction and trade as a temporary use for the interim public works shop for a 1-year period at real property located at 6532 Northeast Bothell Way, Kenmore, Washington, which is owned by the city of Kenmore and zoned downtown commercial, subject to conditions, seconded by Councilmember Kugler. Councilmember Baker.
Aye.
Councilmember Kugler.
Yes.
Councilmember Shrubnik.
Yes.
Councilmember Marshall.
Yes.
Councilmember File.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor O'Kane.
Yes.
Mayor Herbig.
Yes.
With 7 yeses and 0 nos, the motion passes.
Next on the agenda, review amendments to the 2021-2022 biennial budget presented by Finance and Administration Director Leticia Salcido.
Yes, good evening. So tonight's presentation is a review and discussion of the 2021-2022 budget amendments. As you know, prior to the closing of the biennium, we need to ensure that expenditures do not exceed the legally adopted budgets. We need to include budget amendments for any adjustments previously approved by council and or any direction since the mid-biennial review in 2021. In preparing these budget amendments, we take into consideration unanticipated increases in certain expenditures as well as better than expected revenues. Starting with the general fund, overall sales tax revenues coming in higher than originally budgeted for 2022. And we have several expenditures that have exceeded established budgets. With regards to revenues, we are recommending a revenue adjustment of $1.2 million, consisting of $800,000 increase in sales tax revenue and $450,000 in interfund loan repayment from the Public Works shop for a 2021 loan. In total, $1.2 million. With regards to expenditures, the recommended expenditure adjustment is $3.7 million, consisting of $2.2 million for the land acquisition, that's the Holt property, $1 million interfund loan to the Public Works Capital Fund for cash flow, potential cash flow purposes due to lag in grant reimbursements. $1 million from the general fund. And then we have an additional, and you'll see it later on in the presentation, $1.4 million from street fund. We also have included in this category $450,000 interfund loan to Public Works shop, and then $20,000 transferred to the Public Works shop fund for debt service. And you're going to see this from 3 other funds that will be contributing for the debt service in the Public Works shop fund. General fund adjustments, amended revenues, $31.8 million, and amended expenditures total $32.6 million. We have a net impact to ending fund balance, starting at 4.2 million. We add the revenue, recommended revenue budget adjustments of 1.2 million, less the expenditure adjustments of 3.7, leaving a budget of budgeted fund balance, ending fund balance of $1.7 million. This amount is just an estimate at this point in time. For example, we are recommending that transfer to the Parks Capital Fund for cash flow purposes, but we're starting, that's a what if scenario if revenues don't come in from those grants, but we have already started seeing those funds coming in. We have received $1 million. So other funds, we have Strategic Opportunities Fund. We are recommending an adjustment of $1.7 million to cover the land acquisition, hold property, paid partially by the Strategic Opportunities Fund. And then we have the bench property purchase. Street Fund, $1.4 million. That's the interfund loan to the Park Capital Fund, as well as $55,000 transferred to the Public Workshop for debt service. In public art, we are budgeting $75,000 increase in transfer to Park Capital Fund, but that's for two projects, the Tlawadis and the Log Boom Park. In the ARPA fund, we are allocating and budgeting for expenditures and $300,000 for expenditures in business assistance grants, affordable housing, and consulting. In the 2016 and 2021 bond, we are increasing our revenues by $258,000 to reflect the actual property tax levy coming into this fund. And then the increase in expenditures, $257,000 for debt service to reflect actual. In the walkways and waterways bond project, we have revenues of $202,000 to reflect interest above what was budgeted, and then premium on the issuance of bonds. And in expenditures, we have $1.3 million transferred to Parks Capital Fund, Transportation Capital Funds, and to reflect some bank fees. And the transfers are for the projects in the capital project funds. In transportation capital, we're increasing both revenues and expenditures by the amount of $2.1 million. And this is for the Juanita Drive project. We're increasing expenditures by that amount, and then revenues $2.1 million from DOE, North Shore Utility District, REIT, and bonds. For Park Capital Fund, we have the $2.4 million loan from Street and the General Fund, so we're reflecting that as an adjustment. We're also reflecting a transfer in from impact fees, $280,000 to cover boathouse expenditures. Expenditures $500,000, increase in the allocation from bond proceeds for one of the projects. Park impact, we're increasing our projections for park impact in 22 to $150,000, and then the expenditure transfer of $280,000 to Park Capital Fund. For REIT, we are budgeting the transfer to Public Workshop for the debt service. Public workshops, now we're reflecting here the revenues from the various funds, surface water, REIT, Street, and General Fund for debt service. We are budgeting for debt service payment, $200,000 for public workshop expenditures, as well as an interfund loan repayment to the General Fund, Strategic Opportunities Fund, and surface water in the amount of $1.6 million. For surface water management, again, a transfer to Public Works Shop for debt service, 133,000. Citywide budget amendments, revenues, 7.6 million, includes interfund loan for 4.8. Total amended revenues, 160 million, and total amended expenditures, 166 million. And that concludes my presentation. On November 14, we have a public hearing, and then the ordinance on November 21st for the budget amendments.
Questions? I am not seeing any questions right now. All right, well, if there are no questions, we'll move on to the next item on the agenda, which is ordinance 22-0563, amending the Kenmore Municipal Code, Chapter 3.35, utility tax to include surface water business as an occupation subject to tax, presented by Finance Administration Director Leticia Salcido.
Yes, the item before you is for your review and consideration. This is the surface water utility tax. It's a revenue enhancement measure approved as part of the part of the financial sustainability plan in 2020. The city of Kenmore has adopted balanced budgets and maintained healthy fund balance throughout the years. And this is a little history. So in 2019, 2020, the forecast was indicating a structural deficit, reduction in fund balance. Some of the reasons is that revenues were not keeping up with the cost of providing city services. There was also restrictions with regards to the increase of major revenue sources, such as property taxes. And as a result of that, a financial sustainability plan was developed that included expenditure reductions and revenue enhancement. That plan was put in place by use of a independent consultant. The community was involved, and a task force was developed. The goal was to strengthen the financial position for the city and be able to maintain a fund balance that was above the 20% requirement. One of the revenue enhancement measures in that financial sustainability plan is the surface water utility tax. The surface water utility tax, surface water assessment, is imposed on each developed parcel in the city. It is based on size of the property and the impervious surface. The funds are used to develop, maintain, manage, and improve the surface water system that serves the community. Surface water rates are based on a formal study by an independent consultant, and we're on the last 2 years of that, the rates approved by council in 2018. This service charge in 2023 will be $249.03, and in 24, $258.99. A 6% surface water utility tax in 2023 will be an annual amount of $14.94, an annual assessment of $14.94, and in 2024 will be approximately $15.53. This table contains the utility tax rates for each city around the city of Kenmore. It is by type of utility tax. And then it also gives the utility tax per capita for each city. And what that is the total revenue from utility taxes divided by the population. At the time that this study was performed, and that was 2020, Kenmore had a utility tax per capita of 48.63, which is on the low end in comparison to other cities in the area. It should be noted, I went ahead and I calculated what this rate is, what this per capita amount was in 2021 based on the actual revenues and the population, and that rate is now 38.52, both as a result of reduction of decline in telephone and cellular utility taxes, as well as increase in population. Yes, so therefore 48.63 is was the tax per capita at that point in time, and now at 38.52. Now, in comparison to the others, you can see the medium is 121.27. Again, supporting the utility tax for surface water.
Councilmember Shrubnik?
Can you go back to the previous slide? Yeah. I mean, I think it's just a technical thing. Do you mean average is 121.27? Because median is the middle value, and that is not 121 is not one of the values. So I think we mean average, right? Okay.
Any other questions? Okay, the chair would entertain a motion to approve ordinance number 22-0563, amending the.
The first reading.
I'm sorry, oh,
First reading.
okay, it said and direction at the end there, so. Okay,
We're coming back on November 21st with the ordinance.
thank you. All right, final item on the business agenda, proposed City of Kenmore 2023 state legislative agenda and policy statements presented by City Manager Rob Karlinsey and Gordon Thomas Honeywell State Lobbyist Shelley Helder.
Hi, we have Shelley Helder coming in online. We can see her presentation. Shelley, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, hi there.
Great. Well, good evening, Mayor and Council. Good to be with you this evening. As was just stated, I am Shelley Helder, and I have the privilege of serving you all in Olympia, advocating for the city's priorities at the state level. I'm here this evening to help prepare the city for the 2023 legislative session. Tonight, I'm going to cover 4 topics. I will briefly review the outcome of the city's 2023 legislative agenda. I'll outline some expectations for from the 2022 legislative session. I'll briefly outline some expectations for the 23 legislative session. I'll review the city's draft documents, and then we'll wrap up to talk about next steps. Before we begin discussing the city's priorities for the upcoming year, I do want to remind the council of your priorities from the last session, because several of them do have implications for this coming year. First, the recently passed transportation package, Move Ahead Washington, includes $3.5 million for the replacement of the sidewalks along 61st Avenue. However, the transportation package is over the next 16 years, and there is not yet a specified year or biennia for when the city will receive these funds. So we'll need to determine when the funds are needed and then advocate that they're allocated accordingly. And every project that received funding through the package is in a similar position. In addition to funding a specific list of projects, the package also allocated $278 million towards a bike ped program. This is a funding source that the city can pursue for the maintenance and preservation of local sidewalks. The legislature still has more work to do when it comes to providing cities with additional resources for maintenance of local roads. Last session, the city joined 4 other radar cities, the 4 other radar cities being Bothell, Kirkland, Shoreline, and Lake Forest Park, in advocating for additional resources for behavioral health support. And that resulted in the legislature appropriating funds for competitive grant programs for behavioral health facilities. And when I speak to the city's draft priorities, I'll explain the importance of that investment. The last 2 priorities the city had last session were clean air and affordable housing. And while the legislature did not take any action in regards to clean air, they did make significant investments in affordable housing, including additional funding for the Housing Trust Fund. And again, I'll speak to that more in a moment. So I want to provide some context for the 2023 session. It will be the first year of the 2-year biennium. It's scheduled to be 105 consecutive days. The legislature will develop their new operating, capital, and transportation budgets. The operating budget is what funds the operations for all state agencies, with the exception of Department of Transportation. Overall, we are expecting a really robust operating budget, but we anticipate the legislature will want to be cautious about new spending. The capital budget is what funds brick and mortar construction of facilities that are not transportation related. It's primarily funded through the sale of bonds, and the size of the capital budget is relative to the size of the operating budget. We are expecting a significant capital budget and anticipate that the legislature will be focused on investments in behavioral health and housing. Then the third budget, the transportation budget, it's historically been funded with gas tax revenues, but the recent passage of the Climate Commitment Act or the Cap and Invest program has created a new revenue stream for investments in projects that reduce carbon emissions. For the most part, we anticipate transportation budget writers will be focused on providing guidance for the implementation of the Move Ahead package. As I just mentioned, they'll need to determine which projects will receive funding in the upcoming biennium and which ones will need to wait. It's possible they won't phase out all the funds over the next 16 years, but will rather take an incremental approach, perhaps only addressing the upcoming biennium or the next 2 biennia. In addition to the budgets, the legislature will also consider thousands of policy bills. The outcome of tomorrow's election will determine the political split of both chambers. It's anticipated that Democrats will continue to maintain the majority in both chambers. But due to retirements, there will be over 20 new legislators. And the results of that, or the impacts of that, are many new members on committees, new opportunities for leadership, both in the caucuses and as committee chairs. Those decisions will all be made after the election by each of the caucuses. And then finally, this will be the first session that legislators are representing their new districts. And this will be the first time that Kenmore is represented by the 1st legislative district. So transitioning now to the city's legislative program. As a reminder, Kenmore has 2 documents that guide the state legislative engagement, the legislative agenda and the policy statements document. The legislative agenda is a single-page document that lists the city's top 3 to 5 priorities. And this is a focused list of priorities, and that's intentional because the legislative process is fast-paced. Thousands of issues are discussed, and that stretches legislators' time and attention. So if there's too many priorities, their focus is divided, and the likelihood of success over our things that we want them to accomplish decreases. So on the screen are the draft 23 legislative priorities for the city. The first is a statement urging the legislature to require all cities to incorporate climate planning into their comprehensive plans. And this is what House Bill 1099 from the last legislative session would have done. Put very simply, the bill died in the final hours of the session, and we do expect it will return in 2023. This priority also calls on the legislature to provide resources for communities to implement their plans. The second priority is a capital budget request for $5 million in support of the Plymouth Affordable Housing Development Project. As I just mentioned, the state budget, just the biennial as well as the supplemental budget, the legislature allocated resources for the Housing Trust Fund for competitive grant programs. And the city has taken advantage of that and submitted an application for the Plymouth project. We're still awaiting the outcome. It's expected to be announced in December, and it is an incredibly competitive process because the demand is so great. But even if the city is successful in receiving that award, there will still be an outstanding need. And so we're recommending asking the legislature for a direct appropriation of $5 million for this project. And just to set realistic expectations, I do want you all to be aware that this is a large capital budget request. It is rare for a project to receive an award of this size, but it's also an exceptional project and is in direct alignment with one of the state's priorities, which is affordable housing, and not just affordable housing, but affordable housing for very low incomes. The third priority is a request for the state's assistance with funding to stand up the North Shore or the North King County Crisis Receiving Center. Again, this is a regional request shared by the other radar cities. Over the last year, the city has worked really closely with the county and is working now with Connections Health Solutions, who's a behavioral health provider who plans to operate the facility. And Connections have applied for all the relevant state grant programs to fund the construction of this facility. We are in the process of determining what funding will be available. We're hoping to find out that information by the end of this year, both through state as well as county funding sources. So the specific request from the state is not specified in the legislative agenda, but we will know that prior to the start of the session. The next priority is a request of the state to lift the 1% property tax cap or to make other changes to allow cities to have a sustainable fiscal structure. As you know, many cities are balancing their budget this year with one-time federal dollars and will not have access to those resources in future years. Finally, the last but definitely not least priority is a call for additional tools for affordable housing. This specific statement on the draft legislative agenda was developed by Arch, and it's a call for a local option funding mechanism. And one of the ideas that's been floated is a new local option REIT, which would be dedicated to affordable housing. So I mentioned that there's thousands of bills that are introduced. Many of them impact city operations. The city has a policy statement document, and that outlines the city's position on a variety of other topics. These are issues where the city may testify or participate in coalitions, but not the issues where we would necessarily be the go-to point person for advocacy. For the sake of time, I don't plan to review every statement in this document, but would definitely welcome your feedback. For the most part, this is carryover from the city's previous document. The majority of the edits are updates based on what occurred in the last session and city staff recommendations. So to wrap up, this is a brief overview of the next steps. Tonight is, of course, the council's review of the legislative documents. Assuming there's no requests for substantial changes, you may choose to adopt the documents tonight. The legislature will convene for committee days November 30th through December 2nd in Olympia, which will be the first time they're having the option for in-person committee days in several years. Committee days is somewhat of the unofficial beginning of policy discussions for the 2023 session. And on December 1st, bills can begin being pre-filed. We have scheduled a legislative send-off event for January 4th with the 1st District legislators. We haven't been able to hold this event for the last few years, and this will be the first time we get to hold it with the new delegation. And then finally, the 2023 legislative session begins on January 9th, and I will be providing you all with routine written updates throughout the session. So that concludes my presentation, and I would welcome any questions or comments on the draft priorities.
Questions? Councilmember Marshall.
Yes, comment, question, combination on housing crisis under the policy statements. I would change the support for the increased number of housing units for all income levels. I would change that just to repeat for, what was it? For affordable and market rate. All income levels would probably include the wealthy and the highest income levels, which I don't think we need to support. So I would definitely change that. And then the last sentence mentioned reducing legal liability for condominium developers. I don't know anything about it, and I don't think I could support it without knowing more. But Shelley, do you have an idea? You can tell us what that generally entails.
Yeah, so at a really simplified level, there have not been hardly any condominiums built in Washington state. And that's due to the liability that the developer of a condominium takes on when they construct and then end up selling the individual units. And so it's actually been a source of conversation and policy discussion at the legislature for several years. There was a bill passed, I think either 2 or 3 years ago that kind of clipped away at the edges of the issue, but there hasn't been significant increase in condominium development still, at least at a broad level. And so this is not necessarily an issue where cities are leading the discussion, but in order to increase home ownership options within housing discussions, there is a desire to reform the legal liability for condominium developers.
Okay, and that might be then the other side of that would be condominium buyers, and it would be limiting their rights to legal redress for like construction defects, all that massive construction defect litigation we had after, before and after, I think, the Great Recession. But yeah, it'd be the subsequent buyers then who would be having their options limited.
Potentially, yeah, I think that's a legitimate concern, and why there is an ongoing discussion about how to strike the right balance.
Okay, thank you for that. And then my only other issue was on zoning and land use. I would just support something a little more firm for Kenmore's local control, like the city supports local control of zoning and land use and will aspire to accomplish the goals set by the state. A little more liberal in terms of us aspiring to follow the state's mandates. Thanks.
Councilmember File.
Thank you. I really appreciate your presentation tonight. I just wanted to touch on a few topics here. One is housing. Of course, one of our priorities is affordable housing, and affordable housing means, you know, housing at different levels of affordability and even different housing types. So, you know, I would hope that we're also advocating for workforce housing, for example. And also considering positions that we've prior taken as council on gun safety reform. I hope that we would have a presence there, as well as we have a position statement here on racial equality. or equity. We took a more of a race and culture approach. And so looking at intersectionality includes, culture and diverse types of communities that are included in intersectionality. So I'm concerned about that. I want to make sure we're present in those spaces, as well as a woman's right to choose. We did take positions on that as well. So I want to make sure we're present in the spaces that we need to be present in, and that we're standing behind the values that this council has taken, and share that all the way up to Olympia and beyond. So thank you.
Councilmember Shrubnik.
Yeah, I support Councilmember Marshall's places where he would like little edits. I kind of hiccuped on those same spots. And then the other thing I'm wondering, and I assume it will go in the policy statements, we have one of, if not the most regressive tax structures in the country. And I feel like we should just go on record, even though it won't help for this session or maybe several sessions after this, but I feel like we should go on record that we support a more progressive tax structure. We're already saying we want the 1% property tax lid removed, and yeah, that's an immediate fix, but partial. But the real fix would be to change the tax structure, including an income tax.
Councilmember Kugler.
I completely agree with what Councilmember Shrubnik just said. If we can put some language towards a progressive tax system in support of that, I think that's a great idea. And also, I want to also voice support for what Councilmember File mentioned. I think the gun control and supporting women's right to choose for abortion, since we passed those resolutions, we should also include.
Deputy Mayor.
I'll echo Councilmember Kugler's statements, actually. And I would thank Councilmember File and Councilmember Shrubnik for bringing up the items, in particular support for continued gun safety measures and women's rights, as well as going into more detail on progressive income tax in Washington State, making a statement on that. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree with my colleagues on what Deputy Mayor just said. I do have a question about one of the principles. The Regional Police Authority seems kind of out of left field. I mean, we contract with the county. What is the impetus here for asking for a regional police authority?
Similar to regional fire authorities. It's just another option that we might have if the sheriff's costs continue to rise and rise and rise like they have been. So we just want to be able to have another alternative, and instead of just being a captive audience.
That makes sense. Deputy Mayor.
I do have one thing. Actually, I just realized we don't have a statement that's specific to, let me just make sure I read this again. Salmon habitat restoration and what Governor Inslee had worked on passing last year. I just think we need to have a clear statement advocating for everything that we can do to restore habitat for salmon and our watershed. Thank you.
Any other comments? Councilmember File.
Thank you. I just want to support Deputy Mayor O'Kane's recommendation. I think it's really important we do what we can to improve our waterways, our streams and our rivers so that to lead off into Lake Washington, improving outcomes for salmon and improves lives. And it also saves other species. So I absolutely think that's a critical important thing, and all those connected resources that connect to them. So salmon safe passable fish culverts, for example.
Councilor Marshall.
Yeah, I agree with that also. Habitat and the ecology, our ecosystem. Thanks.
Any other comments? Mr. City Manager or Ms. Helder, how would you like to proceed? Because it sounds like there might need to be some edits.
I think on the new items you've listed, I think we can add those and come back to at a future council meeting. But the edits in the language, I think I need more direction on.
So which ones were those? Councilor Marshall.
So one was in the housing crisis, and it was just the second sentence where it said increase the number of housing units for all income levels. I didn't want that to be mistaken for the highest income level. So I think you should just repeat both what it said previously, which was both affordable and market rate. So increase the number of housing units for affordable and market rate housing. That's what I suggest on that. And then the last one on zoning and land use should be the city supports local control for zoning and land use and will aspire to accomplish the goals set by the state.
And I certainly support those.
I support the state establishing goals and allowing local jurisdictions discretion in accomplishing those goals through zoning and land use decisions. I think it's incredibly important in this time of a housing crisis and the amount of controversy that the tough decisions that we have to make as a council, that we get some guidance from the state that gives us the latitude to make these challenging decisions before us.
I tend to agree with the deputy mayor. I don't think there's any aspiring in the middle of a housing crisis. I think that we need to meet the requirements given to us by the state and having some flexibility in how we do that. I don't have a problem with that, but there's no aspiring in the middle of a housing crisis. Councilmember Marshall.
Just very brief. I think that we should honor our citizens first, not the state. That's the point of my whole argument there. Thanks.
Deputy Mayor.
I would say that our citizens are members of the state as well as our community, and both matter.
I'm not really hearing consensus around that one. Councilmember File.
I support Deputy Mayor O'Kane's direction.
Councilmember Shrubnik.
Yeah, I support keeping the language. For the reasons stated, and it is our top goal as a council to generate and preserve affordable housing. So I fully support the state's consistency with our city's goal.
All right, I believe I've just heard 4 folks in favor of keeping the current language. Correct me if I'm wrong. Councilmember Kugler.
Are we talking about both edits right now, or are we talking about just the zoning?
I think we're
and
talking
land
about
use?
zoning and land use, although if you wanted to discuss the issue up in the housing crisis, we could.
Okay, I will say I support Deputy Mayor O'Kane's recommendation of leaving it for the purposes that she stated. And also for the housing crisis one, I feel like when talking about affordable housing, it does mean something different than just affordable and market rate. You know, when we talk about all income levels, we talk a lot about the ranges of affordable housing, and in that, you know, in that circle, like that is an understood thing. Whereas using just the term affordable and market rate is so subjective, right? Affordable to one person is so different than affordable to another. But when we use like those income levels, and especially like if we want to go as far as saying specific percentages, then maybe we could be more explicit. But I worry that just saying affordable and market rate is too broad, too general.
Councilmember File.
I think that this is where we can support housing of all types at all income, at all affordability levels. So whether it's deeply affordable, 30% below the mean, or workforce housing at under 60% of the mean, and opportunity housing, which is considered 80% of the mean, we can even describe that out and be clear on that. I would be comfortable with that.
Deputy Mayor.
Let me just. Sorry, I lost the language that I was reading. I actually prefer all income levels. We have to recognize that we're in a housing crisis. People of means are going to buy housing that's local. We need housing stock at all levels. And it's, I understand the very important intent that Councilmember Marshall brought forward with removing all income levels. I do understand it, but what's happening is our population's increasing, our housing stock is limited. Richer people are buying smaller houses and spending more money on them. They are moving into neighborhoods that are convenient for transportation to the communities that they need to go to. And they will remodel and they will fix their homes, whatever level of affordability it is. If we don't have more stock in general, the prices are, this crisis of increased costs for housing is going to expand. It's a supply and demand issue. We need to have, I just, the language of changing it, I don't know if there's a way to do it that makes sense. And we just need to increase housing stock. That's my feeling.
Yeah, I actually think I agree with the deputy mayor on this one again. I think, and actually a quicker fix might be just to get rid of, because I recognize some of the issues that Councilmember File was bringing up around the definitions around housing, but I also agree with the deputy mayor that we need to be, frankly, increasing all forms of housing and all affordabilities. So maybe at the end of the first sentence, we just remove both affordable and market rates so that we don't get into a semantic issue around what is affordable versus workforce versus something else. But we're talking about increasing all housing. That's just something I will toss out there. Councilmember Marshall.
Yeah, and yeah, with due respect, definitely. I mean, I don't see that we are called upon in if there is a housing crisis, I do not see how we're called upon to assist the wealthy in increasing their housing. I really don't, and I'm surprised at this council. But anyway,
Councilmember Shrubnik.
Yeah, I understand Councilmember. I think I understand Councilmember Marshall's comment, and I would concur. We don't need to, support explicitly high-end housing. However, by the laws of supply and demand, as Deputy Mayor O'Kane said, increasing the supply of housing stabilizes the prices of housing. So it almost doesn't matter what level of housing is generated. I mean, obviously, we'd love more support for affordable housing through things like the Housing Trust Fund, which we articulate there, but it's kind of all good in terms of helping affordability when we generate more supply.
Hang on a second. Councilmember Kugler.
Well, why couldn't we voice our preference for affordable housing? Like, why couldn't that first sentence be this, increase the supply of housing, comma, especially affordable housing? It reinforce our other, our goals and priorities. They're gonna still build whatever is going to sell anyway, right? And then it just states that our preference is for affordable.
Councilmember File.
Thank you. I really appreciate Councilmember Kugler's statement. And I wanted to reiterate that the state legislature is very specific about language when you're talking about policy and budgeting, and explicitly so. And I think when we say affordable housing, what the argument comes back from different members of the housing committees is, are we talking about market rate? Are we talking about, 80% of the mean? It means it has all kinds of meanings. I think we do have to be explicit. I do really believe that we have to say deeply affordable housing, workforce housing, and affordable housing, that market rate, which is 80% of the mean. And just to wrap this up with a bow, and I don't want to attack a council member, but it is a very privileged thing to say. I don't think we have to have all housing types or just provide low and high end housing. As a single mother raising a family after a divorce, I know what it's like to be cash burdened. I also know what it's like to be a parent raising a child with, extreme disabilities. And I know that the cost that is on a household. I gave up on my entire retirement for it because insurance didn't cover that at one time. So I'm just trying to say, where our community is cash strapped, cash burdened, and the proof is behind that in the number of families on free and reduced lunch, the number of families who qualify for BFIT, the number of families who qualify for veterans programs and seniors programs. The housing affordability in Kenmore is practically non-existent. We have families doubling up and tripling up, and that's hard on families. It's hard on children. It's hard on seniors. And unless we take greater action, be explicit, we're not going to get there. And I'm deeply offended.
Deputy Mayor.
Oh,
I'm sorry. I thought I saw your hand shoot up.
yeah, it was. I just thought I had been passed. Yeah, I actually really like the approach of saying increase supply of housing, especially affordable housing. I think that's important. I also want to be clear. I mean, as a council, our council is supporting affordable housing as one of its top priorities. I feel that to misconstrue our need for increased housing as a handout to the rich, it to me, felt like terms were taken out of context. We are in a housing crisis. I think it's important that we have a statement here, one that is strong, that meets the needs of our community. I support. I can see where council member File came from. I'm comfortable with almost what we've got here, honestly. But if there's a need to strengthen it with some of the terms that council member File brought up, I do support that.
Yeah, and I don't want anybody to think that I was advocating for supporting more waterfront housing off Arrowhead Point. But there is a reality of supply and demand. And right now, my parents bought their house when they were 23 in 1977 for $32,000. And it was a, cheap rental house that they bought and converted. And now that neighborhood is pretty much bought up by 25-year-olds who got hired at Amazon for $180,000 fresh out of college, because people with means will purchase where they can. And if other things aren't being built for them, they're going to buy what was previously market rate or even affordable to or workforce or whatever term you want to put on it. So unless we are building more houses of all types, it will put pressure on what we have viewed for a long time as market rate housing. That's what we're seeing in Kenmore, frankly, where we had the bubble where there wasn't anything for sale for less than $1 million, $1.1 million in the city just a few months ago. And that is because there's a lot of wealth coming to the area and it is driving up housing prices because there is not enough housing, period, regardless of if it's affordable or market rate or even luxury housing. There is not enough housing. That does not mean I think luxury housing is more important or needs to be built more than affordable housing. Obviously, that certainly was not my intent, and I hope nobody actually believed that's what I was saying. Do we need to continue wordsmithing this piece, Councilmember Marshall?
Yeah, I just felt I, definitely need to respond. I'm looking at the plain language of it was all, and definitely everybody, or I heard at least Councilmember File say, hey, language is important, and we know it's important. Maybe it's being an attorney and just reading the thing in a, you have, I think Justice Learned Hand was the one who said, you have to read the law as a bad man would read it. So I'm looking at things in a paranoid manner, seeing how it can be misconstrued, not misconstruing anybody on this council, but the language. And from my point of view, it does say for all income levels. And that's all I'm concerned with is that I don't want to support more, regardless of anything. I think the wealthy can get along on their own and do their own housing thing on their own. We don't need to support them. I think that language incorporates and says, we want to look at more housing for all income levels. I'm like, no way, we don't need more housing for the wealthy. That's all I'm saying. Thanks.
Councilmember Shrubnik?
Well, I feel like I am hearing Councilmember File and Councilmember Marshall, and I personally really like the Councilmember Kugler's amendment or fix revision, which would be after the comma in the first sentence, just say especially affordable units, and then strike in the next sentence, the words for all income levels, and just leave it at increase the number of housing units. And sort of stay silent about the income level because you wouldn't need to be explicit there. And the Housing Trust Fund obviously is for more affordable units. So I would be fine with drawing our attention policy-wise to affordable housing as an emphasis.
Deputy Mayor, did I see your hand up?
Yes, I was going to add on what Councilmember Shrubnik finished with. So both of those edits were on my mind. So thank you.
Councilmember File, did I see your hand?
Yes, thank you. I am still going to recommend explicit language because I've been in the housing committee and participated in panel support for housing. And the exact argument you get back when you hear affordable housing is, well, what do you mean by affordable housing? Are we talking about more market rate? Are we talking about deeply affordable housing? And those are, quite honestly, I can numerous times I have heard that. So I'd rather not be, not descript enough. And I think we can look to our legislative advocate who's here with us today for clarification. But I believe that if we're clear on this point, we have better fighting chance and representation for Kenmore.
I support what Councilmember Shrubnik said in reference to Councilmember Kugler's suggestion. Any further discussion? Deputy Mayor?
I just want to say that I understand where Councilmember File is coming from. Looking at this as a high-level policy statement, I'm comfortable with where it is. I mean, with the edits that we just made, but I do understand the need for what Councilmember File has spoken to, but I would hope that our legislators will understand and be able to interpret the direction that we're going with as these items come up during session.
And I would just point out to everybody that what we're actually discussing here is an internal document that is not handed to the legislators, but is used by Shelley as things pop up quickly in the legislature. So really, this is more of a document that helps aim her work for things that aren't explicitly on our legislative agenda. So the important thing is that she understands what we're aiming for, and not that we have the wording just perfect here, because the legislator's never going to see this piece of paper. So just to be clear. Councilmember Shrubnik.
I agree with you to a point. It's also a communication document to our community. So I do feel that we need to be fairly clear.
Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, I feel like as a community member, this is just me, maybe before I was a council member, the details of the levels of affordable housing would be something that would have been over my head.
Any further discussion? Does staff feel like they have enough to come back to us in a week or two with something?
Yeah, and then what I understand is that we won't be making any changes to the legislative agenda itself, but we'll be coming back and making changes to the policy statements. So yeah, we can have those come back on a consent agenda in the near future.
Councilmember File?
Are we going to include gun safety reform and our
Yeah,
very good.
what I mentioned is that all the new additions I heard you speak, it seems like all of you want those, so we'll add those for sure.
Thank
I
you.
just needed direction on the proposed edits, which I think I have now.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you, Ms. Elder.
Thank you.
All right. That is the business agenda. Staff reports.
Just one thing, we've been having the listening sessions on the asphalt permit. We had one on Saturday that was sponsored by PERC, was well attended. I think I counted about 21 attendees at one point. Lots of great questions. I took lots of notes, and then we had one this afternoon at 4:30 in the hangar, in person only, and it was much smaller attendance. I think we had about 4 people come, but it was still good discussion. And then we have one more tomorrow at 7 hybrid at the hangar. So I encourage people to come. That's all I have.
Fantastic. And before we get into individual council reports, I just want to flag for everybody that SCA committee applications are due on the 10th, which is coming up very quickly. And I wanted to just ensure that we were all clear on who's applying for what, and that we weren't accidentally double applying for anything before we turn in stuff. So as for myself, I will just be reapplying for the Affordable Housing Committee. Councilmember Marshall, are you planning on applying for anything?
No.
Okay. Councilmember Kugler?
I am also not going to apply for anything at this time.
Okay. Councilmember Shrubnik?
I'm going to apply to the King Conservation District.
Okay. Councilmember File?
Yes. Yes, I'm going to reapply for the second term, of course, of the Hazardous Waste Committee. And I am also going to be applying to the Regional Water Quality Committee.
All right. Councilmember Baker?
Yes, I am applying to the Board of Health.
Okay. Deputy Mayor?
I don't plan on applying to anything new this year, but I am looking at Puget Sound Clean Air Agency potentially next year.
All right. Well, it doesn't sound like we have any conflicts there. Just make sure that your materials turn in the next couple of days. Individual council member reports and comments. Councilmember Marshall.
Nothing to report. Thanks.
Councilmember Kugler.
Also nothing to report.
Councilmember Shrubnik.
Nothing to report except to appreciate our city manager providing the forums for folks to ask questions about the Puget Sound Clean Air Agency permit under a very tight time window. And I hope the public folks don't take our non-attendance for lack of interest. We are getting complete notes from, again, our wonderful city manager, and we are diligently reading them. And that is for each session. So we are definitely listening to those and wouldn't want to be participating in those since we have a different role than a public participant. Thanks.
Councilmember File.
Yes, thank you. Not too much to report other than, there's been some new updates from the state, of course, and new housing developments will be required in 2023 to have heat pumps. So I think that's an interesting thing. It also will affect, future affordable housing developments. Inside, I'm kind of like cheering, yay. So progress towards, our goals, our climate goals, and working together with community, which is also good for people and residents who reside within the buildings themselves. So and that's about all I have to share. Thank you.
Councilmember Baker.
Yes, not much. We're getting on sunrise here, and it's nice to see. Where am I?
Yeah, where are you?
I'm in Cadiz, Spain.
All right.
And anyway, it's like I said, I started this meeting at 3 o'clock in the morning, and it's now it's 7:33, so it's time for breakfast.
No, don't say nobody can ever question your commitment to the city of Kenmore. Deputy Mayor.
I think I'll save my comment for next week, and want to thank everyone for the robust, hearty discussion this evening. And yeah, I think I'll leave it there. Thank you.
All right, just a quick report. I've been working with a couple other council members in the East Side Transportation Partnership on their annual legislative agenda. Nothing too exciting, and there are no major changes from last year, but I'll make sure to circulate that. And I'm really surprised that nobody said this, but if you haven't voted out already, please vote. The future of democracy might be at stake. So you have till 8 p.m. tomorrow. There's a drop box right outside City Hall. And with no further business come before us, the Kenmore City Council stands adjourned.